Bem-vindos ao segundo dia da Conferência do Forte. Espero que tenham aproveitado bem o nosso primeiro dia de conferência e principalmente os debates extremamente ricos que nós tivemos ontem sobre governança global, democracia e os impactos das novas tecnologias na ordem internacional. Hoje nós avançaremos para uma agenda muito mais voltada às implicações estratégicas dessas transformações tecnológicas, com foco em defesa, inovação, inteligência artificiais, minerais estratégicos e os desafios das guerras contemporâneas. Ao longo do dia, discutiremos como a inovação tecnológica está redefinindo capacidades militares, cadeias produtivas estratégicas, relações de dependência e até mesmo a forma como os conflitos são conduzidos no século XXI. Mas, antes de nós iniciarmos, eu gostaria de fazer aqui alguns pequenos avisos, mais uma vez, sobre a tradução. Os receptores de tradução continuam disponíveis para todos os participantes. É só pegá-lo ali fora, mas ontem nós tivemos um pequeno problema que algumas das pessoas levaram os receptores para casa, esqueceram de devolver, ficaram com a identidade aqui. Então, a organização pede que vocês lembrem de, ao final do evento, devolver os receptores para poder pegar os seus documentos. Tá bom? Sobre as perguntas, a gente tem os QR Codes que estão disponíveis nas telas, aqui aos lados. Por meio deles que vocês enviam as perguntas para o público. Então, peço que vocês, caso queiram interagir com o painel, mandem as perguntas o mais rápido possível, que a nossa organização faz chegar aqui nos moderadores, tá bom? Gostaria também de reforçar um convite para que todos acessem a nossa publicação, que são os Policy Papers do Forte. É um material que reúne análise e recomendações produzidas por especialistas e alguns dos palestrantes da conferência. Está disponível por meio do QR Code localizado no verso dos crachás. Tem aqui 2 QR Codes, um é um programa e o outro é para ter acesso aos Policy Papers. Então, se vocês quiserem dar uma olhada, até a professora Danielle, que vai estar aqui daqui a pouco, é uma das autoras. A gente tem vários autores aqui presentes, então é um material muito interessante com a proposta de oferecer soluções em formato de Policy Paper. Então, convido a todos a conhecerem um pouquinho. Bom, agora dando início ao primeiro painel do dia, que é o painel 3 da nossa conferência, Defesa e Inovação, Europa e América Latina diante de um chamado à ação. Ao longo dos últimos anos, a inteligência artificial deixou de ser apenas um tema ligado ao setor da tecnologia. Ele está em nossa sociedade e passou a se tornar um elemento central das estratégias de segurança e defesa em todo o mundo. A capacidade de desenvolver tecnologias próprias, proteger infraestruturas críticas e construir a autonomia industrial tornou-se uma questão estratégica para estados e regiões. A América Latina e a Europa enfrentam desafios distintos, mas compartilham uma mesma necessidade: fortalecer capacidades tecnológicas e aprofundar a cooperação em defesa diante de um ambiente internacional cada vez mais competitivo e instável. E para moderar essa importante discussão, eu gostaria de convidar ao palco a embaixadora da Suécia no Brasil, Karin Valensin. A diretora de Segurança de Informação do Gabinete de Segurança Institucional da Presidência da República, a professora Danielle Ayres. A diretora do Comitê de Ciência e Tecnologia da Assembleia Parlamentar da OTAN, Brynja Oskarsdottir. O conselheiro do SEBRE e CEO da Viveu, André Clark. Sejam muito bem-vindos, desejo um excelente painel. Embaixadora. Obrigado.
Good morning. It feels especially appropriate to start off with the title Defense and Innovation, Europe and Latin America Facing a Wake-Up Call. So if you were not already awake, this will be your wake-up call. But I want to begin, before I hand over to our panelists, I wanted to begin with a concrete example which captures some of the themes that we will explore in this panel. And it's the strategic partnership between Brazil and Sweden. I want to present it because I think it can serve a little bit as a model for our thinking about cooperation. Over a decade, this partnership has evolved into one of the most advanced and forward-looking defense collaborations between our two regions. At its core is the cooperation between two companies, Saab and Embraer, around the Gripen fighter jet program. But it's much more than just a procurement project. It's a model of industrial partnership built on trust, on long-term vision, and importantly, on the transfer of knowledge and co-development of technology. It includes local production and assembly capabilities in Brazil, including the grip and final assembly in Gavião Peixoto. It involves the extensive training of Brazilian engineers and technicians, and the development of bilateral networks for design, testing, and innovation, which is to the benefit of both countries and both companies. Through this collaboration, and for Brazil, it is advancing its aircraft capabilities. It is building domestic experience and expertise. It is strengthening Brazil's industrial base, and it's positioning Brazil as a participant in the development and production of high-end defense technologies. Local production and the significant transfer of know-how demonstrate how defense cooperation can contribute to technological sovereignty and strategic autonomy, concepts that are increasingly important in today's environment and in the geopolitics. For Sweden, this is our best example yet and worldwide of what we call Made with Sweden. Made with Sweden reflects a shift from thinking about production as something purely national to something that can take place shared across borders. A Swedish product can be produced anywhere. Sweden can share the know-how, the technology, the innovation, the standards, to the places where the innovation happens. So Made with Sweden reflects not only Sweden's belief that openness strengthens cooperation, it strengthens competitiveness and growth, but it's also our history, the history of our prosperity, which is very much built on trade and exports, which is absolutely necessary if you're a small country. It's about openness and cooperation rather than isolation. So in essence, Made with Sweden is a counter-narrative to those who are saying, let's close our borders, let's look and seek protectionism. The impact of the Gripen partnership goes way beyond industry. It has deepened the political dialogue between Sweden and Brazil. It has generated institutional cooperation at multiple levels, and it has fostered mutual trust, which is a key element in any strategic relationship. One example is the fact that Brazil is the first client to fly Gripen E. The Força Aérea Brasileira was flying it before the Swedish Air Force was, so therefore the experience of them and of their pilots is utterly important to us. So I wanted to mention this example of the Brazil-Sweden defense partnership because it raises a key question that could guide our discussions. Can such partnerships serve as a model or a point of departure for a broader, more ambitious Europe-Latin American approach to defense innovation? Will the EU-Mercosur agreement help to make this possible? Because today, being technically advanced is to have military power. Technological superiority is no longer simply an advantage, but a defining factor in operational effectiveness and strategic influence. Artificial intelligence, autonomous systems, cyber capabilities, advanced manufacturing, and data-driven applications are not future developments. They are already reshaping how conflicts are fought and how deterrence is maintained. The cost of falling behind in this technological transformation is growing, not only in military terms, but in terms of strategic autonomy, economic competitiveness, and global influence. This is our wake-up call. I will count on our distinguished panelists to reflect on opportunities for enhanced cooperation between Europe and Latin America. And let us start with two institutional perspectives. First, from Danielle. Danielle is well known for anyone who's been to Forte the last couple of years. From your perspective, what are the most urgent priorities for Brazil and for Latin America when it comes to adapting national defense and security structures to the evolving technological landscape?
Hello, so Ambassador and my friends here in Painel, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's very, very nice to share the panel with all of you. And now I will change. to Portuguese. Thank you. Bom dia a todos e a todas. É um imenso prazer estar aqui. E, principalmente, queria agradecer ao SEBRE, ao CAS e à representação da União Europeia por estar realizando esse evento e estar discutindo esse tema. Olhando desde a perspectiva do governo, para nós é muito importante começar a trazer os temas de tecnologia e, efetivamente, o debate sobre ele para dentro dessa... para dentro da sociedade, para a construção de uma estrutura de conhecimento na sociedade que cada vez vai ser mais necessária. Então, é muito importante. Embaixador, é muito interessante a tua introdução ao tema e depois a sua pergunta de como nós podemos pensar em construir todo esse arcabouço na América Latina para um desenvolvimento tecnológico em defesa, porque me parece que quando a gente olha para um arcabouço tecnológico tradicional na cooperação em defesa, na inovação em defesa, nós temos estruturas bem desenvolvidas, né? Quando a gente fala do CRIPEN, quando a gente trabalha com a Embraer no KC 390, a gente tem um tipo de offset, um tipo de parceria muito consolidada. Mas eu acho que quando a gente introduz as novas tecnologias nessa dimensionalidade, nós começamos a ter algumas, eu não diria dificuldades, mas algumas necessidades de repensar o que nós queremos com essas tecnologias e a maneira como, de fato, nós vamos sentar à mesa, nós vamos negociar o seu uso e negociar a maneira como falaremos, talvez, como uma voz uníssona e cooperativa nas maiores esferas internacionais para que esse tipo de recurso seja usado para atender às nossas demandas, tanto da América Latina como em parceria, que para mim é a parceria mais forte com a Europa, né? Em especial a União Europeia. Então, eu queria tratar um pouco nesta minha fala, que nós vamos ter chance de trabalhar aqui, mais do que pensar especificamente na América Latina como construtora de tecnologia, o que a gente precisa, eu queria levantar 3 pontos, 2 que são mais estruturais, porque eu acho que a definição deles é que vai fazer com que a gente entenda o que a América Latina precisa, em especial o Brasil, na era que a gente está falando dessas inovações, dessas novas tecnologias. E aí eu vou fazer um recorte específico para a inteligência artificial, porque hoje, quando eu olho para a maioria da construção tecnológica embarcada em produtos de defesa, eu estou falando especificamente em softwares que envolvem inteligência artificial e que no futuro podem envolver outros tipos de tecnologia, como computação quântica. E aquilo que eu posso vir a ter de um computador quântico trabalhando para mim dentro de equipamentos que tenham tecnologia de ponta embarcada, né? Então, acho que a primeira questão que eu queria trazer, o primeiro ponto, é, de fato, pensar, olhar para a inteligência artificial e para essas tecnologias em 2 perspectivas, né? Uma como uma infraestrutura de poder e depois como uma capacidade de defesa, né? Eu acho que quando a gente está falando desses tipos de tecnologia, a gente não pode só entendê-la como um produto. Ela não é só um produto que vai melhorar ou aumentar a nossa capacidade tradicional nos equipamentos ou produtos de defesa que já utilizamos, no caso, o CRIPEN ou, por exemplo, o nosso submarino de propulsão nuclear, ou coisas do tipo. Ela é, de fato, uma capacidade de poder que vai colocar o Estado brasileiro com uma outra possibilidade de negociação e intervenção dentro do sistema internacional. E eu não estou falando de um processo de intervenção hard, ou dura, ou coercitiva, mas da capacidade de sentar-se à mesa e, definindo a maneira como aquela estrutura tecnológica entra no seu arcabouço, ter uma voz distinta dentro de todo esse ecossistema que se trata de defesa e de inovação. Então, veja, quando eu estou falando de usar inteligência artificial em defesa, eu não estou falando só de melhorar o meu equipamento, eu estou falando de mudar a maneira como eu entendo logística, eu estou falando de mudar a maneira como eu entendo cadeia de comando e controle, eu estou falando em como fazer a análise dos dados a partir de uma outra perspectiva. Eu não estou só falando em melhorar o equipamento, né, com mais capacidade computacional ou de processamento. Eu estou falando de modificar a maneira como eu entendo todo um ecossistema de defesa. E isso se torna efetivamente poder. E aí eu acho que quando a gente fala desse ponto, a gente tem que trabalhar em se fazer duas perguntas, porque elas são norteadoras da maneira como nós vamos fazer o exercício de poder no sistema internacional. A primeira delas, eu acho que a gente já conversou um pouquinho na segunda, né? Que eu devo utilizar a inteligência artificial para a defesa? E aqui eu não estou sendo ingênua. Eu acho que quando nossos parceiros, ou os nossos ameaçadores, os nossos inimigos o utilizam, obviamente que eu tenho que utilizar. A questão é que, como promotores de uma lógica que queremos colocar no sistema, principalmente Brasil e Europa, que tem uma percepção muito mais pacífica da maneira como nós devemos nos relacionar, muito mais multilateral, muito mais cooperativa, essa pergunta tem que ser feita. Eu devo usar para a defesa? E se eu devo usar, como eu devo usar? Como se daria esse uso? Ele seria um uso capaz de promover muito mais um controle humano sobre o resultado da IA ou coisas do tipo, né? Então, eu acho que essa é a primeira questão que eu colocaria, né? A gente não pode, de fato, nos limitarmos a sermos só um consultor, um consumidor de tecnologia, mas também um promotor de parâmetros para o uso da tecnologia no sistema internacional, e isso envolve essa questão. A segunda ideia, que eu acho que ela também é estruturante para a gente olhar para a América Latina, é como pensar uma tríade de questões conceituais que parecem centrais também quando a gente fala em tecnologia. E envolve tudo o que a gente vem discutindo há muito tempo, né, embaixadora? Que é inteligência artificial, soberania e dependência tecnológica. Decidir a maneira como nós utilizamos a lógica da inovação tecnológica para a defesa em específico é definir o que nós entendemos sobre soberania e sobre dependência tecnológica para nós mesmos enquanto atores internacionais. E essa dimensão, para mim, ela também é de alguma forma importante, por duas questões. Primeiro, porque adquirir recursos, capacidades de inteligência artificial e outras tecnologias sem ficar dependentes, ou sem nos tornarmos incapazes de coordenar a nossa defesa sem essas ferramentas, é fator essencial para manter soberania, né? E a gente também não pode cair num paradoxo dessa área, que fala de soberania, inteligência artificial e defesa, que ao melhorar a nossa capacidade inovativa do uso da inteligência artificial, das novas tecnologias em defesa, ao mesmo tempo aumentar as nossas vulnerabilidades. Porque se o mais importante desse ecossistema não é só a ferramenta em si, mas a capacidade de controle da ferramenta e da produção de dados pelas quais essa ferramenta vai gerar, se eu não controlo todo esse arcabouço, se eu não tenho uma influência sobre todo esse arcabouço, eu acabo não só me tornando dependente, muitas vezes, de atores até privados, que são os maiores controladores hoje de uma série de desenvolvimento em inteligência artificial, por exemplo, ao mesmo tempo que eu aumento vulnerabilidades que não necessariamente estão no meu sistema tecnológico, mas estão na maneira estratégica como esse sistema é utilizado para a minha lógica de defesa, para a minha lógica de inserção internacional. E aí eu entro naquilo que, já me acabando, colocando o final da minha fala, eu entro propriamente na pergunta que a senhora nos colocou agora, mas também já nós tínhamos conversado um pouco sobre isso, né? Como é que a América Latina poderia olhar para essa questão a partir desses dois grandes pilares, né? Eu acho que é uma grande diferença entre a América Latina e a Europa, apesar de elas serem atores que caminham muito juntos e, para mim, para um mesmo sentido, né? A Europa está com uma urgência de capacidade de autonomia e urgência estratégica para a utilização da inteligência artificial para as ameaças que vem sofrendo hoje no seu espaço geográfico, no seu entorno estratégico, né? Ou seja, a guerra da Ucrânia e todas as dimensionalidades que hoje ameaçam a Europa de forma muito clara colocam a Europa numa necessidade iminente de usar esse recurso. A América Latina é um pouco distinta, não porque ela sofre menos ameaças. A América Latina tem um cenário geopolítico ao seu entorno muito distinto do que hoje vive a Europa, mas ela tem um problema, digamos assim, tradicional de dependência tecnológica. e que essa dependência tecnológica nos torna cada vez mais vulneráveis. E vulneráveis não no sentido só da defesa e da soberania, vulneráveis na capacidade de nos inserir internacionalmente, olhando para a América Latina com a potencialidade que ela tem de ser produtora de matéria-prima para essa tecnologia e de ser um mercado consumidor de tecnologia dos mais avançados no mundo. É só fazer um recorte, por exemplo, de Brasil e tentar entender como essa sociedade civil pujante que a gente tem é uma promotora efetiva de capacidade de uso de tecnologia. Então, vejam, eu acho que, quando a gente olha para essa questão, a América Latina não pode e não deve organizar a sua participação nesse espaço de forma passiva. Ela tem que ser um ator geopolítico e influenciar a geopolítica das novas tecnologias mundo afora, em especial quando se fala de defesa, porque não só de defesa, mas também de defesa. E aí é fazer algumas perguntas, né? Adquira o material. Obviamente que eu não estou sendo ingênuo de achar que nós vamos ser capazes de produzir tecnologia no nível que os maiores centros tecnológicos produzem hoje. Isso leva tempo, leva investimento, e nós temos algumas demandas no Estado brasileiro e na América Latina que, às vezes, impedem esse desenvolvimento, não só econômico, mas, às vezes, também de escolhas políticas, né? Mas a gente tem que fazer algumas perguntas, que é, quando eu falo de investimento em defesa, de tecnologia, com que condições eu tenho que sentar à mesa e negociar esse investimento? Quais são as salvaguardas que têm que estar garantidas para atender às minhas demandas quando eu estou falando de que essas tecnologias têm que estar embarcadas nos nossos equipamentos e têm que estar sendo promotoras de desenvolvimento para o nosso território? Quais são os parâmetros de soberania para que a gente possa colocar nas negociações e colaborar com os nossos parceiros? E aí, eu acho que isso nos coloca, para finalizar a minha fala, e muito rapidamente, em dois pontos. Primeiro, que a gente tem que ter muito claro, como formadores de política pública na área de defesa, pensadores, acadêmicos e negociadores nesse sentido. Não podemos fazer uma recusa de uso, uma recusa ingênua do uso da tecnologia, porque, de alguma forma, é impossível dizer que a gente não vai conseguir usá-la. Ela está aí, e se a gente não usar, os nossos parceiros usarão, então a gente vai ficar fragilizado. Mas também a gente não pode ter uma adoção acrítica, ou seja, sem nenhuma crítica, sem nenhuma capacidade e nenhum critério para que essa tecnologia funcione para nós, para a nossa demanda, não só de defesa, mas como Estado. E o Estado brasileiro tem demandas muito distintas do padrão de algumas outras regiões que estão eminentemente mais ameaçadas e mais envolvidas no seu entorno estratégico com a questão de defesa. Então, essas duas ideias devem nos permear e eu acho que a gente tem que ficar atento a alguns pontos. Primeiro, IA, quando é usada para defesa, tecnologia, quando é usada para defesa, não é só um assunto tecnológico. É um assunto estratégico, é um assunto econômico, é um assunto político, é um assunto social. Então, ele envolve muitas dimensões. Segundo, sem controle de dados, não se tem autonomia no uso de nova tecnologia, mesmo que eu seja produtor da tecnologia. E aí eu estou conversando com vocês sobre, por exemplo, políticas de data center, que a gente nem vai entrar aqui, porque é lá que vai rodar o meu dado. Não adianta eu ter uma ótima ferramenta de tecnologia se ele vai para fora. E, por fim, governança e cooperação global, que, para mim, aí a União Europeia, a Europa em si e o Brasil são, para mim, os dois grandes motores mundiais que devem promover uma nova maneira de entender inteligência artificial, defesa, inovação e o uso dessas tecnologias no mundo. Obrigado e desculpa ter me alongado.
Muito obrigada, Danielle. We will continue with another institutional perspective from across the small pond that we call the Atlantic Ocean. I'm pleased to give the floor to Brynja Oskarsdottir. I would like to start off you also with a question. What lessons from NATO are relevant for strengthening cooperation with partners in Latin America? I give you the floor. Sure, absolutely.
Hello. Okay, yes, this works. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Brynja, which, funnily enough, means defense. It means armor, sorry, in Icelandic. And my mother fought my dad to give me this name. And I find it always quite funny that I'm working in defense with this very strong kind of Valkyrie-like name. I'd like to, of course, begin by thanking the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, SEBRI, and the European Union for having us here. This is my first time in Brazil, of course, first time in Rio, and despite being Icelandic, basically from the Arctic Circle, being so close to the strong forces of the Atlantic Ocean, my favorite ocean, of course, in engagements with the very welcoming hosts, amazing Brazilians, and the friendly people here make me feel very much at home. I prioritized going for a swim this morning as I was preparing, which was obviously gorgeous. The ocean here is much warmer than in Iceland, that I can assure you. I think all of our speakers yesterday did a very good job in kind of setting the scene for today's conversation, and Karin and Danielle have also done an excellent job, so I don't want to dwell too much on the changes in the global structure or the powers that are driving that change. I think we all agree the world is drastically changing, the old world order is gone, and we're now on the fault lines of a new order that will be defined by technology. We don't really know what it will look like, but one thing is clear, that we should all try to impact the structure and the governance that will be dominating this new world order. I want to try to make 3 points before trying to, or maybe on my way, to try to address the panel questions and speak about how NATO is looking at these things and what we at the NATO Parliamentary Assembly are doing. And I think from the European and the NATO perspective, it is always first and foremost about Ukraine and the lessons that we can draw from the Ukrainian, like how the war in Ukraine has transformed modern warfare. So bear with me. I will get to answering Karin's question about what lessons NATO is learning, how we're addressing these issues at the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. So to begin with, the war in Ukraine has transformed modern warfare. Ukraine is, without question, the global leader in next-generation drone and anti-drone warfare. The Ukrainian armed forces are currently one of the most battle-tested armies in the world. Last year alone, Ukraine produced 5 million drones. This year, in 2026, Ukraine plans to produce more than 8 million drones and plans to field 50,000 ground combat robots. So there's a lot of automation, there's a lot of new technology. To fend off Russia's brutal aggression, Ukraine has not only successfully employed crewed systems, but also uncrewed, so unmanned systems such as drones, robots, and naval drones. They've mastered the mix of crewed and uncrewed, of legacy and new technology. Today in Ukraine, the battlefield lessons travel from the front line to engineers and manufacturers in weeks, not years, whereas most of our procurement systems are built for very long cycles. Innovation cycles are short. They're down to 4 to 6 weeks, sometimes even shorter for some software iterations. The cycle of new technology and its countermeasurements create a kind of cat and mouse games in the war, which means that a new technological development only provides the Ukrainians a temporary advantage before the Russian adapts, and so each side is rapidly innovating and adopting new technologies, but also using old technologies in new ways. There's like very much creativity in the warfare. NATO allies are doing everything they can, first and foremost to support Ukraine, but also following Ukraine's lead in the development of new technology and creating tech-savvy and cost-efficient air defenses, because the proliferation of drone warfare and new technology has come with a clear cost asymmetry issue. This is not only the case in Ukraine, but we've also seen this in recent conflicts across the Middle East, where both state and non-state actors are using cheap drones in their warfare and attacks. A Shahed drones cost about $20,000 to $35,000, whereas the missiles that are being used to intercept them can cost up to $1 billion. That is not only costly in terms of financial terms, it is also very unsustainable in the long term, because building a Patriot missile system or a missile, just a missile takes not only a very long time, but it puts a lot of strain on our supply chains. So that comes to the second point on the artificial intelligence and automation. which is, for parliamentarians from the NATO allied countries, always a big question, because the question very quickly becomes, how do we ensure democratic control over how we apply artificial intelligence to modern warfare? So artificial intelligence and automation has been intrinsic in Ukraine's successes in fighting Russia. Without applying artificial intelligence to its counteroffense, Ukraine would not have the strategic upper hand that it now has, and it wouldn't have been able to hold this long. So I want to give you a bit of a scenario, and it's to kind of apply to pit us all, because I'm assuming most of us here, we've not been on the front lines. We don't apply artificial intelligence to drone warfare on a daily basis. So in a field outside of Kyiv, there's a van parked discreetly behind some trees. It looks like a normal van. Inside the van, there are no passenger seats. There's just a long desk. There are 2 military officers, chairs, 2 laptops, extra screens. This is a mobile drone interceptor base, one of hundreds of similar vehicles now scattered around Ukraine. One of the laptops is for a soldier who has a bird's eye view of part of the Ukrainian countryside, which is more than 150 kilometers away from his position just out of Kyiv. His job is to identify the object flying above the ground and to distinguish birds and bats from lethal Russian drones. When he sees the drones, the soldier on the laptop next to him can then direct an interceptor, a small drone that looks like a miniature rocket ship, basically. He directs that interceptor to track and destroy the incoming Russian drone before the Russian drone hits their targets. The images on this screen may look very simple, a little bit like a video game, which is, in many cases, the current state of modern warfare. But this is not a low-tech operation. This AI-powered drone interceptor, which the Ukrainians are deploying, are made possible by a very complicated network of radar system, acoustic sensors, and other tools that hundreds of large and small Ukrainian tech companies, and remember this about the tech companies because I will come back to this, are creating and updating every single day. They're using data, as Danielle mentioned, there's a proliferation of data. They're using data that they get directly from soldiers on the front line and from soldiers that are dispersed in similar vans across Ukraine. Almost none of these companies existed 4 years ago before Russia invaded, and these companies have emerged from a tech-literate civil society whose members changed their professions to help defend their country. The above description comes from a recent piece from Anne Applebaum in The Atlantic. It's describing how modern warfare is now being fought with the help of AI. The Ukrainian military gets more than 50,000 video streams from the front line every month, which are then analyzed by artificial intelligence. No human can get over that amount of data in the speed needed for modern warfare. Without the support of artificial intelligence-based software, the soldiers cannot get the situational awareness that they desperately need to find the Russian drones and target them. So for my last point, I want to come back to the companies and the tech-literate civil society. This society rose up when the Russian invasion occurred now almost 4.5 years ago. The people building and deploying this technology, some of them are architects, some of them are teachers, they're financial experts, some of them are maybe cybersecurity experts. So some have technological background, most of them don't. But they're part of a society that was able to rapidly adopt new technology. And that leads me to my third point on what can NATO, Europe, and Latin America learn. So in my life, working in NATO, I talk about capabilities all the time. It's like this capability, we want this effect, what can we do with this, etc. But when it comes down to it, it's all about the people. And that is really something that I think both Latin America and NATO and Europe, and when I say Europe, I talk about Europe as a continent, not only the European Union as an institution. And it's the people that we need to invest in. So it comes to investment and funding and partnership. And that means investing in our young people, whom I'm very glad to see so many of in this room. And I think that's something that in NATO land we can learn from, having more young people in the room at these conferences as meeting. I'm very often the only one, like the youngest in the meetings that I attend, and I'm very often the only woman in the room. So it's investing in our young people, investing in research and development, investing in the labs, the infrastructure, to make sure that we have a civil society that is tech literate. And that is not only to prepare for modern warfare, it's to prepare for the new world order that is going to be built around the fault lines of new technology. So thank you very much, and I look very much forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Brynja. Let's turn to the private sector perspective. Andre Clark, you are in previous capacities very well acquainted with the Made with Sweden concept. But to this panel, you bring not only your experience from industries such as energy, infrastructure, natural resources, etc., but you also bring a science and innovation perspective. So my question to you is really, with this experience from multiple strategic industries, how do you see the role of private sector in driving innovation that's relevant not only for economic growth, but also for resilience and security? And where do you see the greatest opportunities for closer collaboration between industry and defense?
All right, Karen. First of all, congratulations to CAS and SEBRI for the 23rd event of the Forte. It's the second largest, but the most beautiful thing is to be in a panel where there's much more women than men, them much more prepared than myself. These are really, really powerful ladies. Top ambassador, can go on, to major academics with policy capabilities. This is new. This is excellent from so many perspectives. Here, as the least capable person in this stage, a dumb engineer and a simple CEO of a company here. First of all, for us, the world changed completely since last week. June, 12th of June of this month, the US has imposed export restrictions to the latest AI models of Anthropic. I'm sure that there are a lot of academics here, a lot of academic workers and thought leaders and so on, and you possibly use Claude a lot. From last week on, this is not available anymore. Anthropic is unable to distinguish who's a US citizen and who's not. So they turned off every single services from 2 models ago. In the private sector, this is a major change. If you depend on this to run your business or to perform your engineering calculations for whatever you do, war is now at your doors in the private sector. This is new for Brazilians, for Latin Americans. This is invading the boardroom as we speak. Second, from my feet, which I still maintain in the energy sector, a war in the other side of the planet with a giant, really powerful nation against possibly a least powerful nation has created the most relevant energy crisis in the recent history of mankind. It is serious. We're not out of the woods yet, and now every single nation is running to diversify its sources of energy. And here, there's a super ambassador that knows a lot about that. I've worked a lot with Ambassador Karen on this. Latin America in this stage, interestingly, both in the AI stage and on the energy stage, is in 2 very, very different positions. On the AI stage, we're extremely vulnerable in so many ways. On the data governance, on the AI use, on the AI either in defense or industrial applications, we're still very, very vulnerable, and we're still deciding what to do. On the energy side, funny enough, we're more endowed than ever. With either because of oil prices, either because of the general Latin American renewable capacity, or rare earths or minerals or whatever endowment we can conjure, we're even more endowed, which is interesting at this stage and point, which is quite a curious situation to be in. The ties. What we do about that, and in a very simplistic way, it is very, very important to understand that the nature of the relationship of Latin America and Europe is deep, it is broad, it's historic, it's cultural, it is academic, it is scientific in so many ways, and it just has been crowned by last March 1st by the EU-Mercosur agreement, which is not about tariffs, like most of the Latin Americans think. It is about models of sustainability, IP, research and development, and transit, and flow of capitals. Therefore, the danger is for Latin America, and this is the emergency, the wake-up call. It is not about discussing dependency. It is about achieving agency. It is not about choosing sides. It is not about China versus the US. It is about agency. The beautiful case of the Swedish Gripen with Saab and is there. There are two others. Brazil is about to become one of the few nations to have nuclear submarines pretty soon, and that's French. Beautiful collaboration. The other one is the German frigates. The frigates are very, very important in a country where we have a immense coastline and rivers and so on. This is also deep military that has been going on for 2 decades. The Gripen celebrates 2 decades of a large, extensive partnership, and this goes economic-wise. It flows into the economic side and so on. Now, in my new hat, and I love drugs now, every kind of drugs to treat people, I must say. No? The relationship in the healthcare space and hospitals and most of the cancer research and medicines and vaccines and so on, the ties between Brazil and Europe are immense, and this is also defense. So it is about agency, not about dependency. The urgency is to understand that the partnership is very wide, broad, deep. We just need to do much more of it.
Thank you very much. Before I go to questions from the floor, would you like to comment on each other's, on what was said? Brynja.
If I may just tie a little bit from your point about it's not about dependencies but achieving agency. I think in my last point that is really the point that I would have loved to make, which you made so eloquently. We talk so much about capabilities, but we need to be talking more about people and giving people the agency, because if you foster agency among the populations of our 2 continents, then you also foster that up to the political level. That feeds into the other levels where sometimes the political leadership might feel like they don't have the full agency either from their own people or just agency as continents that are in a world that is full of strategic competition and full of histories of relationship between countries that maybe not were always peaceful and useful. So I think that's really, you hit the nail on the head, like you would say.
I must tell this story, Ambassador. I was a CEO of a German energy company, quite a large one. And we were preparing for COP30 in Berlin. The biggest thing we were presenting was a Swedish technology running on Brazilian ethanol, and this lady here helped us a lot. In COP, I was tagged with Business Sweden ticket, a German company, Brazilian CEO, doing technology on renewable energy, because that's the case, right? So this is the kind of women we have in the stage today.
Eu só queria dizer uma coisa que eu acho que os meus parceiros aqui falaram que é muito importante. É que no final do dia, inteligência artificial é para melhorar a vida do cidadão. É para tornar a tecnologia no final do dia, seja ela na defesa, seja ela em outras áreas, é para que todo esse arcabouço civilizacional tenha um desenvolvimento, né? Então, eu acho que falar de juventude, falar de literacia, falar de agência, que vai em várias dimensionalidades, é recuperar o entendimento do porquê que nós investimos em tecnologias e chegamos até aqui usando de forma efetiva para melhorar a vida cotidiana. Inclusive quando nós falamos de defesa, por isso que me parece tão importante que a gente não abandone o que nos últimos 60, 70 anos, Brasil e Europa defenderam como padrões de convivência cooperativa e pacífica no sistema internacional, por mais desafiadores que sejam os agressores que hoje moldam a nossa realidade. Mas é muito interessante.
There seems to be a contradiction between we need our military technologies to defend our sovereignty, but we also know that the military technologies are interdependent. I mean, your example, how you're Brazilian, Swedish, and German at the same time, sort of proves this. It's very hard to draw the lines between nations anymore, yet we defend ourselves because of the nations that we have. So I guess my question is really, are we always interdependent? Is technological sovereignty even realistic in modern defense?
I'm the least capable on this, but what I saw Brynja describing is a war that is not among two armies. It is a war against the people directly, a way of life, the everyday citizen. It is the core infrastructure of the country is a target, which the suffering of everybody is a weapon in the sense that Brynja describes. Therefore, very difficult to understand what sovereignty means exactly at this point in time. No?
If I may add to that, in some ways, maybe that sounds like a contradiction, but aren't these dependencies a strength? And I think in the example of both of the Gripen, which you and I have been talking a lot about these past few days, but also in the example of the German-Swedish, Brazilian cooperation, it's the strength to have those partnerships, because in a global world where strategic competition is growing, we maybe need to change the way that we frame things. Yes, of course, I know that the dependencies are a crucial issue and a very strategic issue, but doing things together doesn't mean that it's a dependency. It's a strategic partnership.
Eu acho que essa é uma pergunta que dialoga com o painel de ontem, porque nós estamos falando que talvez o professor Vinícius falava ontem que a gente precisa de novas gramáticas, ou seja, nós estamos enfrentando alguns desafios que não são só desafios na vida prática, são desafios conceituais de reinterpretação de algumas coisas. Na questão da defesa, quando a gente fala de soberania, embaixadora, eu começo a me questionar que nós vamos ter que ir mais profundamente num ponto que é central e estrutural para as nossas democracias. Nós estamos dando respostas tradicionais, olhando no modelo de Estado westphaliano, para um Estado que não é mais westphaliano, na sua concepção conceitual. O que são fronteiras, quando a gente fala do digital? O que é cidadania, quando eu falo do digital? Quem é o cidadão nacional? Então, eu acho que é um paradoxo, porque, na verdade, nós estamos colocados num desafio que é repensar conceitos que estavam muito estruturados e que guiaram as nossas políticas ao longo de centenas de anos. E que agora nos colocam frente a um desafio que é redesenhar esse significado ao mesmo tempo que a gente tem que confrontar suas consequências. Mas eu acho que, se a gente insistir em cooperação, se a gente insistir em parceria com aliados tradicionais, é um bom caminho para a gente, conjuntamente, reorganizar e entender caminhos comuns, inclusive de soberania.
On this idea, I was kind of concerned, depressed with the company. What do I do ahead, and so on and so on. And I often go back to my mentors. He's a professor and also a SEBRI founder. And I said, Professor, elections, inflation, war, what do I do, and so on and so on and so on. How do I think forward? And to land a point on capability, Brynja, this professor points me, because there's this author, André, go read it. He just gave me a name, Albert North Whitehead. All right, let me see. Albert North Whitehead was a mathematician and a major mathematician and major philosopher, UK. Wrote several works, excelled at both, which is rare, 101 years ago. Chapter 10 of his major book says, it is the business of the future to be dangerous. It is the capability of science to equip humankind for future. This thought on capability, Brynja, he conjured right after World War I. Europe was falling apart as a democratic space at the time. The Spanish flu was killing everybody. Humankind was toying with the new quantum mathematics, which 10 years later would become an age bomb. And we were heading into World War II, this professor. It is strikingly similar situation to listen to the phrase that, from a certain point of view, capability, science, which is I'm married to a science son of a scientist. I'm the black sheep of the family that never studied too much. It is a collective game. You do not do science and research alone in your country. You need to collaborate. You train. A lot of youngsters here are possibly studying elsewhere in the planet. That's important. Some of them will be policymakers that will be important in a war, that studies with somebody else, that a call would suffice to harness a certain situation, and then diplomatic ways are found. So science equips humanity with that. It is a collective space. It is about capabilities, Brynja.
I want to bring in some of the questions from the audience, and a few of them touch upon the matter of the ethical dilemmas. How do we, when we are moving to warfare, as Brynja described, that is increasingly automated, which leaves perhaps less time for ethical constraints. There's a certain mystery to people. How do these technologies work? There's an opacity, writes one of the questions from the floor. This raises serious ethical dilemmas. How do we make sure that humans remain in the loop in military decision making? How do we as democratic states, and again the values is something that unite Latin America and Europe, how do we create governance frameworks that are sufficient to maintain ethical constraints without losing strategic advantage? Any volunteer? Brynja volunteers.
Okay. Those are very big questions, and those tie very directly to a conversation about how do you ethically apply artificial intelligence to military capabilities. This is top agenda for any politician and parliamentarians because it's about democratic oversight and who decides who gets targeted and how things get targeted. I think it ties to values, yes, but also to research. NATO and, of course, the European Union, other countries, and countries on the other side of the Atlantic as well, and in the northern part of Latin America, to the north of Latin America as well, are involved in this conversation. It's a complicated one because it's also a question about private-public partnership. Our militaries are adapting technologies that build on technology that is owned by private companies. And as you heard in my example about Ukraine, Ukraine would not be able to fight off Russia's illegal invasion without the automation and artificial intelligence applications to their military capabilities. So in that context, I think we could all agree, yes, that's ethical. But then when the technology is being used in ways that are not to fight off an illegal invasion, then the question becomes complicated. The NATO Parliamentary Assembly has emphasized in all of our work on automation and modern warfare that we need to uphold ethical, legal, and democratic oversight over application of AI to the military domain. But it's an ongoing conversation that I think we need to bring more into the public domain. We spoke about this a little bit, was it yesterday or the day before, about civilian control over the armed forces. A lot of our countries and a lot of our people are very far away from their armed forces. Of course, Brazil still has conscription, so young men, at least in Brazil, still have a connection to the army. But within NATO, that is not always the question. Most of our countries don't have conscription anymore, so there's a lag. And people, at least in my experience, is that when people hear about applying AI to military planning, to military operations, like a normal civilian will have a gut-wrenching feeling, like no machine should make a decision on who dies and who lives. And that will continue to be the big ethical question of how do we make sure that our armies adapt technology that is going to make us strategically strong, but still upholding democratic values and ethical application of this technology to make sure that we don't step away from those, because that's what ties us together.
I agree totally with you. Mas eu gostaria de falar uma coisa que eu acho que nós conversamos na segunda também e parece muito importante. Eu acho que nós temos que pensar num conceito que é muito da cibernética, que diz respeito a aplicativos, programação e coisas do tipo, que é segurança by design, ou segurança desde o início do processo. E isso talvez envolva aquilo que nós conversamos. Quando nós usamos aplicações de inteligência artificial como please, again, your name, always, Brynja. Eu falo o nome da minha colega sempre errado, shame on me, né? Mas o fato de que a gente precisa, desde o início, treinar tecnologia com o componente ético incluído, o componente do direito internacional incluído. Então, quando ela trouxe a decisão automatizada de interceptação de um drone na guerra da Ucrânia, que foi tomada por dois computadores, que na verdade são dois agentes, soldados tecnológicos daquela guerra, qual foi a construção daquele algoritmo para que aquela decisão fosse tomada? E nós estamos falando de um drone, mas poderia ser um outro tipo de ataque provindo de um indivíduo segurando um lançador terra-ar de mísseis de pequeno porte. É um treinamento daquela tecnologia. E aí eu acho que a diferença que faz lugares como o Brasil e a América Latina serem produtores e influenciadores do processo de criação da tecnologia, em detrimento de alguns outros produtores com mais capacidades econômicas, mas que enxergam o produto guerra como um produto econômico, puramente econômico. O que, normalmente, na nossa construção cultural, como bem o André disse lá no começo, não é uma percepção tradicional das nossas políticas, das nossas decisões diplomáticas, das nossas visões sociais e éticas, né? Então, para mim, isso envolve esse treinamento e essa capacidade de, talvez, por mais confusa que seja, pensar em como incluir isso dentro de um algoritmo e treiná-lo nessa perspectiva, treiná-lo assim. Né? É o desafio de pensar a defesa e a inteligência artificial numa outra perspectiva.
André.
In a much more depressing note, 10 years ago, also with CAS actually, and SEBRI, we went out for a global route discussing rules in cyberspace. We went through New York, Berlin, and some other places on Earth to discuss that. The UN, by design, could not converge into a rule-based game inside the cyberspace at the time. Societies around the planet are not being able to converge into what happens in cyberspace, if it is a crime or it's not a crime when it catches the real life on the other side. And we're still living that. Democracies are being threatened by that. So we missed the mark in cyberspace at all with social networks at the time and so on. On the defense side, on the cyberspace, there are no rules. You can do anything. And the life of citizens are increasingly more cyber. I'm afraid to say that we didn't catch that 10 years ago. We're far away from the mark into whatever discussion we have into what do we do in cyberspace? Is it equitable or is it ethic or so on? Humanity missed the mark, sometimes by design, sometimes by interests, economic interests. Now, in terms of sovereignty, this is a major discussion nowadays. What are the rules inside your country? What that society wants with AI or with social security, social networks and so on. What are the rules? How an election can be run? So these are all hot topics. Some countries, I think the UK, just prohibited social networks for underaged youngsters just recently. It's a major achievement. So we missed the mark by a decade.
We just have 2 more minutes, so just to wrap it up, and I'll stay on the little bit negative aspects of things. You know, what are the barriers to Europe and Latin America cooperating even more? For Brynja specifically, do you see that the geopolitics play into this? Are there concerns in that regard that might impede things? For André, perhaps more on the business side, what do you see? Do you see things that are missing? Is it trust? Is it knowing, just the knowledge? Is it language barriers, etc.? And to Danielle, from the government side, what are impediments that you see to enhancing our cooperation? And as this is the final round, we will wrap up after this. Who wants to go first? André.
Well, it is not about language. It is not about Europe not understanding Latin America. By the way, parts of history of our continent is tied to, it is about relevance. It is about the local governance. It is about arranging ourselves in a way that is compatible to the rest of the planet or the rich world. The worlds are getting really, really, really different. The day-to-day life of a citizen here is getting really different from a citizen in Europe or in the US in so many dimensions. This distance is increasing. We have to make every effort. Our, let's say, peripheral situation, not to distance us from each other at a moment where we are endowed with stuff that everybody needs and we can help each other. It is about relevance. It is about distance of realities.
If I may go next and go in the teacher's line. In terms of barriers for Latin America and Europe to collaborate more together, I think you're completely right. It's not about language. It's about agency. It's about political will, which I think is there. And I don't think these two continents should allow geopolitics to decide that we cannot collaborate together, because that means that we're giving our agency away, and we need to make sure that we collaborate and partner together in science, in research, in defense, in, scientific and academic collaboration, because that is really what's going to make these two continents much, much, much stronger.
Bom, agora eu acho que eu gostaria de responder essa pergunta em dois caminhos, embaixadora. Primeiro, eu acho que é trazendo todas as atividades positivas e os acordos positivos que nós temos feito nesses últimos 4 anos, 3 anos e pouco de governo, né? Onde a gente se reaproxima da União Europeia com muito mais qualidade e com muito mais cooperação. Eu acho que é um caminho que começou a destruir, ou começou a tentar destruir, 2 barreiras que nós enfrentamos, que não necessariamente são barreiras efetivas criadas pelo governo ou que o governo as coloca como prática. A primeira delas é que a gente assiste, não só no Brasil, mas em várias partes do mundo, uma dificuldade institucional cada vez maior internamente. Clivagens que não necessariamente caminham no sentido de empoderar demandas de Estado, mas de desconstruir demandas, né? E isso é um problema sério. E aí, falando da perspectiva do governo, a gente trabalha diariamente para reorganizar a maneira como nós entendemos a importância das nossas tradicionais parcerias, e a Europa é uma tradicional parceria, um tradicional parceiro internacional. Não à toa, o presidente está lá, foi à França agora, nessa semana, tem muito boas conversas com líderes europeus, com da União Europeia, a presidente Ursula von der Leyen, né, então tem toda uma dimensionalidade. Então essa é uma questão. Uma outra questão é que o Brasil também, eu não acho isso um obstáculo, mas é algo pelo qual nós temos que começar a entender essa dinâmica. Na perspectiva de demanda do Brasil, nós temos necessidade de olhar para várias oportunidades que aparecem no sistema internacional para nós. E como disse bem o André, isso não é uma questão ideológica ou uma clivagem entre privilegiar um determinado ator em relação a outro. Isso é uma construção de uma autonomia que também é tradicional na política externa brasileira. E que, de fato, é algo que a gente não pode perder por causa da clivagem interna que deturpou muitas questões que eram estruturantes da nossa política. Então, acho que valorizar a cooperação pelo qual nós temos hoje com os principais parceiros, a União Europeia é um deles, é um caminho de desconstruir falsas barreiras nas quais foram criadas para que a nossa cooperação se efetive cada vez mais, não só em defesa, mas em muitas áreas.
A very warm thank you to the whole panel. A little bit and somewhat special thank you to Andrei for participating on his birthday.
Muito obrigado, embaixadora. Foi mais uma vez um excelente painel. Aproveito para agradecer também ao André Clark, que acompanha a conferência já há alguns anos e tem nos ajudado a cada vez mais desenvolver temáticas. A embaixadora Karen, que tão gentilmente aceitou o nosso convite como palestrante, como moderadora desse painel. Ela tem um papel importantíssimo justamente em promover e ajudar nessa cooperação do Brasil com a Suécia. Então, é um case muito interessante de transferência de tecnologia, especialmente quando a gente fala do Gripen e, enfim, em muitos outros casos. Tá? Então, muito obrigado. Enquanto a equipe vai tirando aqui o palco e preparando para a próxima apresentação, peço que vocês fiquem, tá? Logo depois a gente vai ter um coffee break. Mas agora nós vamos ter o próximo Flash Talk, que é aquele modelo de painel que ontem nós tivemos a oportunidade de assistir a Larissa Warhols falar um pouco, e agora nós vamos ter mais uma apresentação incrível. O título é Autonomia de Defesa Europeia em um Mundo Fragmentado. Nos últimos anos, os debates sobre autonomia estratégica ganharam enorme relevância na Europa. a guerra da Ucrânia, a transformação nas relações transatlânticas e as incertezas do sistema internacional realocaram no centro da agenda a necessidade de fortalecer capacidades próprias de defesa e segurança. Para refletir sobre esse importantíssimo tema, eu gostaria de chamar ao palco o diretor do Instituto de Estudos de Segurança da União Europeia, Sr. Steven Everts. Professor, the floor is yours.
Well, good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's really a true pleasure to be with you, and it's customary and it's heartfelt to begin by thanking the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, the colleagues at SEBRI, the colleagues at the European Union delegation for bringing us all together to have really 2 days of fantastic discussions on what is changing in our world and what it all means for the partnership between Europe and Latin America. I'm slightly intimidated because they gave me the assignment for this flash talk. They also gave me a tough title, European Defense Autonomy in a Fragmented World. And as a good student, you sort of try to, okay, prepare yourself for this. And in strategic planning terms, there are 3 key questions that you always ask yourself. What? So what? And now what? And I will try to use this sort of structure for my presentation this morning with you. First, on the what. What is the new geopolitical dispensation? We've just talked about it yesterday and also this morning. And it seems to me from a European perspective, not the European perspective, but my perspective, Europe finds itself quite uniquely in a triangle of pressure. It's the first time in my professional lifetime, and sort of 25 plus years in this business, that we are confronted at the same time by being threatened from the east by Russia, by being put under pressure by China, and at the same time also facing unprecedented uncertainties and also an element of ideological competition from the United States. Now, the nature of these pressures is different. I don't want to group them all together, but they do all want a weak European Union, and they do all, I think, want to jeopardize the system of multilateralism that has been so much center of the discussion here at Forte. Now, if you ask this European, how should we respond to that? I think there are 2 lines of effort that from a European perspective emerge out of this position, and that's the building up of strength, because in today's world, only the strong can remain free. I want to stress this point. The emphasis on building up strength, on building up strategic autonomy, is not a goal in itself. It's a means. It's a means to remain free, to be able to continue to shape our own lives in the way that we want. This is probably the most deep-felt human desire that you have, that I have, that countries and continents have, to shape your own future in the way that you see fit. That's the first line. And the second line of effort is, of course, the search for partners, search for agency, diversification of strategic options. So this is a little bit the context. Now, let me begin by describing a bit further this triangle of pressure. It begins with Russia. In the session just a moment ago, we heard very vividly how much the whole Ukrainian society is being attacked by Russia, and how much the whole Ukrainian society is mobilizing to defend itself against a war they did not choose. Nobody in Ukraine nor in Europe wanted this war, but it's the war where we now have to confront. And it's extremely impressive to see not only the defense innovation that Brynja mentioned a moment ago, but it's also very, very impressive to see how Ukrainian society is defending what is dear to them, what is dear to us, the democracy and the right to shape their own lives. I want to add another dimension to all of this, because we talk rightly a lot about Ukraine, but for us, Russia is also a broader threat. I mean, the war is in Ukraine, but the activities by Russia on EU soil, on European soil, with drones that appear near airports, with sabotage actions where cables get cut, or just yesterday in the English Channel, not near St. Petersburg, but in the English Channel, there was a Russian warship that fired warning shots against a civilian yacht. So there is a broader Russia threat that goes beyond Ukraine, and my summary is that we tend to overestimate Russian strength, but underestimate Russian hostility. And I think in Europe we've learned that we cannot outsource the deterrence against Russia to anybody else. This is on us. We need to do this ourselves. Second point of the triangle, China. China is different from Russia. We had this formula in the European Union of saying, well, China is at the same time a partner, as a growing partner, a growing power. You need to work with China on climate change, on global financial stability, and all sorts of topics. But it's also a fierce economic competitor, and it is a systemic rival. But I want to stress that the relative weight between these three elements in Europe is shifting. And we're getting more critical vis-a-vis China, and it goes back to the discussion that was held just a moment ago about whether, dependencies, when do dependencies become problems? And I think you have to look at the strategic intent behind the dependencies. Because what we've learned in the last 12, 18 months, that China is willing to use its dominant position over critical supply chains, the critical minerals, the rare earth. You know this story. It is willing to weaponize the dependencies for political purposes. And we've been really at the sharp end of that. So the debate in Europe on China is shifting. It's also shifting because the facts are changing. This famous sentence by John Maynard Keynes, when the facts change, I change my mind. And the facts have changed between Europe and China to the extent that our trade deficit is now so big, it is 1 billion euros a day. So China stopped buying things from Europe and is still exporting over capacity. So we're changing a little bit on our view on China, and this is feeding in the strategic equation. Now a little bit on the United States. When you talk about the United States, you have to use sort of verbal acrobatics. It's not so easy to describe what adjectives or nouns to use about the United States these days, but at a minimum, we have to engage with lower trust. There has been trust erosion between Europeans and North Americans. But there's also an element of ideological competition where they feel that they want to export the MAGA revolution and their support for certain political forces inside the European Union. I believe this is also sometimes happening in this part of the world. And I think that this is really, really kind of a challenge for us how we respond to this. We need to be very clear-eyed, and I think we need to see that this goes beyond this particular individual of Donald Trump. There are structural changes taking place in the United States. That means that all of us will have a different relations with the United States going forward. So that's the triangle of pressure. Of course, there's a wider context. I can be brief about that because it's been extensively discussed already yesterday and this morning. But this is a world where coercion is on the rise, where international law is under pressure, where strategic domains are increasingly interconnected, and where distance will not protect you. Distance will not protect you. Again, it's not the world that we want, but it's the world we have to face. Now, how do Europeans want to get out of this? And here you get to the so what part of the talk. I mean, Europe has a paradox. There's a very comforting story that we tell in Brussels to ourselves. And the story goes a little bit like this. We have the biggest market and 18 trillion economy. We're the biggest donor of development support or of climate finance. Also in global public opinion polls, the Europeans tend to come a little bit higher than Americans or Chinese as to how attractive we are in terms of partners. And yet, we seem to be unable to turn these assets, to turn these strengths into actual leverage. Because these days, if you work in Brussels, you wake up in the morning, you look at your phone and say, oh my God, what has happened now? What do we do? And there is a sense of drift in Brussels. There's a sense that others are setting the pace, others are setting the agenda, others are determining the direction, and we're forever put into a reactive posture. Some of the reasons for this are as old as the European Union itself. We are many, we are 27 proud, independent countries, each with a veto point in the decision-making bodies of the European Union. But there is also, I think, a little bit of a psychological dimension to all of this. There is there's a feeling of fatalism a little bit in Europe, and psychologists have a term for this. And the term is learned helplessness. If you as an individual are confronted with a situation over which you believe you have no control, your reaction is sort of passivity and fatalism. Nothing I can do. And this has been a little bit the experience over the last 12, 18 months in Europe. And I think it's important that we get out of this. And we can get out of this only by these two lines of effort I mentioned at the beginning. Building up strength and diversifying our partnerships. Now, let's go on to the partnership thing first. It's very striking to me that in the European Union today, there's an enormous enthusiasm, energy, priority into this whole building up of partnerships around the world. Because we believe, and we hear it, and I think it's very prominent in this conference as well, that there are many countries, there are many regions that, like us, do not want to live in a G2 binary world of spheres of influence, of coercive politics, of binary choices, that, like us, people are on the lookout for diversification of partnerships. And just to give you a couple of examples of what this has already led to. EU-India was, I worked on it myself, always one of the most underperforming relations that we had. There's a mismatch of expectations and what have you. 20 years of negotiations on an FTA, never got anywhere, and all of a sudden, boom, things accelerated, and we've done a big deal with India. We've also developed a security and defense partnership to go along it, and EU-India is really taking off. Indonesia, again, a country that probably the European at its peril, we didn't attach really enough priority to. EU-Indonesia, FTA done, bigger agenda on cooperation on critical minerals attached to it, really developing further. Mexico was mentioned as well. And of course, the most prominent and most important for this context is EU-Mercosur. A bit like EU-India, many, many years in the making. We never got the critical mass mobilized around it to get it done. Now it's over the line, and it should really be the game changer that many people at this conference have emphasized that it could be. It's not just a trade agreement, it's really a strategic agreement that we have an enormous interest in to maximize its potential. And it's also interesting, by the way, to know the trade between the European Union and Latin America is very balanced, unlike trade we have with other parts of the world. So the first big plank of effort, the first line of effort is this diversification drive that is ongoing. But then, in view of the time, let me also move on to the other part. This is the defense autonomy that was put to me as the exam question. You know that Europe is rearming. You also know the reasons why this is so. The threats have intensified, big uncertainty over the United States and US commitment. So we have to take care of our building up our own deterrence. The good news is that there's really an enormous amount of financial resources going into Europe's defense right now. To give you some figures, defense spending in the European Union has increased by 11% compared to 1 year ago, and by 60% compared to 5 years ago. Now, there was really a deficit, an underspending over decades, where we were quite happy with a dispensation where the US really was in the lead on this. But the finances of this have changed. And the question right now is, can you turn this enormous amount of money into actual combat power, into actual deployable capabilities? And can you do so at scale? And how do you organize it? The problem is no longer money. Today, the problem is organization. And this leads me to give you a little bit of a preview of a report that at the organization where I work, the EU Institute for Security Studies. It's going to come out next week, and I'd like to give you a very brief preview of what that report is arguing. And the title of the report is Defending Europe, Deterring Russia, Resources, Readiness, and Resolve, the 3 R's. And the question there is, how do we, as Europeans, organize ourselves to deter Russia with much less American support? And the 3 R's are really about the sustainment in terms of mobilization of resources that is needed, and the need for Europeans, in partnership with others, to acquire exactly those capabilities on which we are heavily dependent on the United States today. And everybody knows this list. It's air defense, it's missile defense, it's intelligence gathering, strategic lift, command and control. And the name of the game here is to develop non-US supplied sources for these capabilities, for the strategic enablers, because if you're spending so much money, you want some of that money to be spent closer to home and no longer the 60% of your defense spending going to the United States. But also because the US is telling you whatever you order today, you will get in 2032, 2034, 2035 and beyond. So there's really a need to accelerate this. On the readiness, this takes you into the necessity of Europeans to prepare their whole societies for a period of strategic tensions, infrastructure, readiness, doing more trainings and other such things, learning very much from Ukraine and learning very much from our Scandinavian partners in Europe who are very advanced on that. And the last point is resolve. Because deterrence doesn't depend, strictly speaking, on what you have. Deterrence depends on what you're willing to use and what your adversary believes that you are willing to use. And here it's kind of interesting because we've done some polling across Europe, and often it is assumed that our publics do not have the stomach for the kind of strategic environment in which we are now entering, and that they wouldn't, be willing to pay price to defend democracy and to defend our sovereignty. And the polling that we have found out that that's not the case. It all depends on what the consequences, what the alternatives are of particular choices. In some ways, the European public is ahead of our political class. They are more ready to invest in actual joint European integrated approaches to these things. So that's the public dimension to all of this. Let me try to wrap up. The picture that I've tried to give you is a strategic landscape where Europe feels under pressure, and you should prepare yourself if you're dealing with cooperation with Europe, that you're dealing with a continent that feels uncertain, that this is also feeding into our politics. But Europe is not powerless by any means. It's a rich continent, it has many assets, but it needs to get better at turning these assets into actual leverage and influence. It's a continent on the lookout for partners, and that's a very exciting prospect where we can join forces in defense of common values and common interest. Europe is not powerless, Europe is not alone. But the final thought I wanted to leave you with is a little bit of a personal story. Because at these kinds of conferences and also here, we very often emphasize how much the world is changing. Technology, security, and that has been very much the dominant framing of this conference as well, and rightly so, because the world is changing. But sometimes there are also constants, and I want to tell you a little story of how I got into this business that may help to illustrate this. My first real boss in in my professional life was Javi Solana. He was Spanish foreign minister, and then became NATO Secretary General, and then EU High Representative. And I was the most junior member of his cabinet 25 years ago. And the first thing I had to do, I was a speechwriter at the time, was to draft some comments for him to make on a conference like this, where we're discussing security, where we're discussing economics and trade, not yet AI, but very, very similar things. Huh? And being a good European, what did I do? Well, I drafted lots of nice bullet points for my boss on rules and how this is important, and rules-based this and rules-based that. And Solana, they said, yes, Stephen, but you have to explain why rules-based matters. Why this? Otherwise, you sound very, small c conservative. So we worked a bit together on this, and the phrase we came up together is agreed rules make states secure, people free, and companies willing to invest. And I think 25 plus years on, that is still a good formula. We want states to be secure. We want sovereign states free from external interference. We want people to be free, to have political rights, democratic rights, to shape their own lives. And we want companies willing to invest, able to invest, to provide us with the innovation and the jobs, and to combat poverty and to close income gaps as only they can do. So that formula of agreed rules, I think in a world of chaos and in a world of change and a world of disorientation, is something to cherish. And let me leave you with that. Thank you very much.
Uau, muito obrigado, professor Steven. Nós sabemos que o Flash Talk é sempre um desafio. Nós agradecemos ao Instituto Europeu de Estudos de Segurança por ter mandado o Steven, o diretor, estar aqui conosco. É um grande prazer. O Flash Talk, a gente teve ontem a Larissa falando um pouco sobre a perspectiva do Brasil no mundo, e hoje a gente teve essa imersão no contexto europeu. Então, muito obrigado por isso. Agora eu vou convidar a todos vocês para um pequeno break, um coffee break ali fora. Nós retornamos em alguns minutos para os últimos painéis da nossa conferência, tá bom? Muito obrigado. Falta só ela. Banheiro, tá? Ok, agora nós temos todos os palestrantes. Rafaela, sejam bem-vindos novamente. Agora nós vamos dar início ao próximo painel da conferência, Minerais Estratégicos e Soberania, a nova geopolítica das terras raras. Quando nós falamos nos últimos dias sobre inteligência artificial, semicondutores ou transição energética, muitas vezes nós esquecemos um elemento fundamental, os recursos minerais que tornam tudo isso possível. Hoje, o controle das cadeias de produção e processamento de minerais estratégicos tornou-se um dos principais fatores de disputa geopolítica no mundo. A concentração desses recursos em poucos países gera dependências, vulnerabilidades e novos desafios para a soberania tecnológica. Então, para moderar essa discussão, eu convido a diretora executiva da Câmara de Comércio e Indústria Brasil-Alemanha, Luana Lima. E para compor a mesa, eu convido o diretor do Programa de Energia e Resiliência da Warsaw Security Forum, Maciej Bukowski. Convido também ao palco a Senior Fellow do SEBRE, Rafaela Guedes. E para complementar, eu convido ao palco a ex-ministra de Justiça e Direitos Humanos do Peru, a senhora Marisol Pérez Teio. Sejam muito bem-vindas. Luana, agora é com você, tá? Muito obrigado.
Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome from my side. My name is Luana von Gewanditz Lima. I am the CEO at the German Chamber of Commerce here in Rio de Janeiro. And I'm very happy and honored to moderate this panel today. We've been discussing at the conference in the last 2 days the implications of technological and security ecosystems, not only technologies, but rather ecosystems, in geopolitical, military, economic, and sovereignty. The reality is reshaping global power structures. A few years ago, oil and gas were widely regarded as the strategic resources of the 21st century. Today, critical minerals are increasingly playing a similar role. The key question is no longer simply who possesses the resources, but who controls the extraction, processing, refining, and technologies associated with them. This panel today, this debate, goes far beyond mining, of course. It is about industrial competitiveness, national security, energy transition, technological leadership, and strategic autonomy. In many ways, we are witnessing a global process of rewiring power, the name of this conference as well, on which we access and control over critical mineral value chains will help to determine the distribution of economic and geopolitical influence in decades ahead. Against this backdrop, today's discussion will explore how Latin America and Europe can work together to build resilient and sustainable supply chains, reduce strategic dependencies, and transform resource endowments into a source of innovation, prosperity, and sovereignty. It is my great pleasure to welcome our distinguished panelists. And you get already in the program their resumes. So I will just spare a very long reading because they have a very broad experience. But we have Maciej Bukowski, who is the director of the Energy and Resilience Program at the Warsaw Security Forum. We have Rafaela Guedes, senior fellow at SEBRI and CEO at RG Impact. And we have Marisol Perez Telo, former Minister of Justice and Human Rights of Peru, attorney and public notary from Lima, former member of Congress, former Minister of Justice and Human Rights, captain in the Peruvian Army Reserve, and professor of human rights at National International Universities. I'm sorry, I couldn't just put up an end in the first description. And to start and to warm up a little bit our panel, I would like to ask and give the opportunity for all the three panelists to give a brief overview on the current developments of strategic and critical minerals markets in each country and, of course, Maciej in Europe as a whole. Would you like to start?
Good morning, everyone. Quite a burden on my shoulders to speak on behalf of 27 nations to present the policy in this critically important sphere of critical minerals. But I guess it's like tidying up your room. If you don't know where to start, just start with the closest things you have in front of you. And I think the most basic thing to say before we delve into any extent whatsoever into any detail is basically to set the stage a little bit. And perhaps you remember this book by Haruki Murakami, who basically called it what it is that I talk about when I talk about running. And I guess here we could ask what it is that we talk about when we talk about critical minerals, because it's many things. And the title of the conversation today basically includes the rare earths bit, but rare earths is just part of the much larger equation. And I wouldn't possibly be able to give you a very detailed overview of how things are exactly seen from the perspective of even the largest capitals in Europe on the matter, but I will tell you a few things which I think will set the stage for the rest of the conversation as far as Europe goes. First and foremost, critical minerals, understood as both those that are the rare earths and the non-rare earths, but nonetheless critical minerals, for all the sorts of technological processes undergoing now in the world, not only in Europe, are very much recognized as a highest priority by essentially all EU governments and the EU itself. And that's a distinction to be made between the national governments and the EU, because European Union is not a federation of states. It's not like Brazil, that you have sub-states and then you have actual legislation at the federal level that imposes things down there. We have national strategies, and then on top of that, we have the EU strategy, which, maybe let's start with that, was above all put into letter with the so-called Critical Raw Materials Act not that long ago, which has set the ambition that by 2030, the EU will be able to extract 10% of its critical minerals from its own territory, refine 40% of all that it needs on its territory as well in its own facilities, take up to 25% of all it needs from recycled materials, and then do not rely on any particular non-EU exporter of critical minerals by more than 65%. And let me tell you that we are 3.5 years until the deadline of that act is meant to be met, and I wouldn't bet my money on any of those 4 benchmarks to be met by then, meaning that we're going to miss that largely. So before, I wouldn't like to hijack conversation from, with the first question, but maybe I'll tell you this. Both the EU at its European level and the EU states on their national levels, they are conceiving oftentimes competing strategies as to how to make it so that they become more independent and closer to these benchmarks that have been set in this URMA, which is an act that obliges them to be implemented. It's a direct EU law. in such a way that all the other processes that they are now materializing at the same time, rearmament, energy transition, going big on AI, a whole bunch of other things in between, they're going to be met in a way that is both sustainable in the long run, but also that allows them to become competitive. And maybe when I say competitive, may I emphasize that does not necessarily mean competitive as Europe. It also means competitive against other EU states. And therefore, when we look at South America, Brazil in particular, for instance, because that's where we are at now, you can hardly talk an EU strategy. There's German strategy, there's French strategy, there is no Polish strategy yet, but there are certain developments that perhaps in the related question I will try to dig into a little bit deeper.
Thank you very much, Maciej, for already touching on the Critical Raw Materials Act. We'll go back further on this subject. Rafaela, what is currently under development in Brazil with regards to the raw materials market?
Thank you. Well, I was thinking Portuguese, English, Spanish. Let's do English. I think that most will understand without the mics. So, lucky me, leading through SEBRI, we just ended a huge study on critical minerals, but specifically on rare earths. And it's going to be launched by the government on Friday. So I'll give some spoilers. But it was a huge opportunity. So before speaking about Brazil, I think it's important to bear some numbers in mind within this value chain. So when we're speaking specifically of rare earth, we're seeing that 70% of what's mined globally is within China. When we look into the midstream and walking until the magnets, so for those who are not really acquainted with that, it's you explore, then you start doing several chemical processes, which will take you to different kinds of powders, to make it simple, which are the concentrates, then the oxides, and this goes until you get to the magnets. So when we're speaking about the midstream and the downstream of this value chain, 94% of the world's magnets are done and are concentrated in China. So when we live in a world, as we just saw the war between the US and Iran, and the world just went, like Brent prices just went up more than $100 per barrel, with only 20% of production going out of the market. Imagine not having access to the magnets coming from China. So in this new environment in which we are, this shuffled and a lot of things, because finally the world, after decades, woke up and said, oops, Houston, we have a problem. If they stop selling to us, our iPhones cannot be made, my Tesla cannot be produced, Volkswagen will have a problem, and there you go, because this is within my F-35, my submarines, my weapons. So in all over the value chains, we see that we are choked. And the complex part of this is that to change this game, mentality has to change. And this is the biggest challenge. In a moment where all the world is so fragmented and we so many wars and so many disputes relative to competition, to win this game, or to at least be able to get a bit more of sovereignty as we wish, we will have to cooperate. And cooperation, and besides the cooperation, the democracies make this, it's way more challenging. There's a lot of pieces to move together, so cooperation is one part of it. And the other is that it's not the freewheeling of capitalism. We will have to have some incentives in place. We will have to have price floors. We will have to have incentives. We will have to have industrial policy. We will have to have really intentional and more than governments, states really looking for the future and the long run. So it's a completely different game, and that's where we are. And then coming to Brazil, Brazil has the second biggest reserves in terms of these critical minerals. It's very much concentrated towards the upstream. But however, although we have the second biggest reserves after China, we didn't even produce 1,000 tons last year. So it's a moment where there's a lot of appetite to look to Brazil and to understand how can we evolve and who's going to be investing in these projects, what's the economics. The good news is, and this will appear in the study, hopefully it will be released on Friday and then everybody can give a look. It's a 300-page, but we will have a smaller version where we have a lot of numbers and details. And then we will be able to see that if all projects which are announced come online, come on stream, we would be scaling up from less than 1,000 to 38,000 tons of these minerals. Just to give an idea of what I'm speaking about, the global world consumed last year 391,000 tons. So if we're able to, in the next 2, 3, 4 years, produce 38,000 tons, we will produce 10% of the market's need. So this is just one part of it, but then the complex and the choke point is in the midstream. So there's a lot of things going on. We had the opportunity to speak to several countries, so France, Estonia, UK, India, Japan, Malaysia, Indonesia, Canada, Australia, who am I missing? Of course, United States and China. So there's a lot of benchmark in terms of these value chains and where each country is. But I will end my speech here, my initial speech, saying that to be able to play this game, I wouldn't say win, it's really to play, to be able to have a part of this, we will need to think differently. And to your point, Marcel, when negotiating with the European Union, Brazil is facing challenges, especially because it's not one country, it's the European Union, so 23 countries within it, and getting to consensus and having the right speed and the right pace to do these investments. So we need more speed, and we need a bigger and a faster pace and a different mentality. So, and here.
Thank you very much, Rafaela. Very exciting to see, to give you the general overview. Yes, and already looking forward for the study by Friday. I took the opportunity to check on the website of SEBRE yesterday. There's also a policy paper, if I'm not mistaken, the correct name, where you see also some benchmarks of the development of the value chain in Australia and, if I'm not mistaken, another country, which is also very interesting. So looking forward to get an update in 300 pages. And but thank you very much for this first introduction. And dear Marisol, what is currently happening in Peru? Can you give us an overview? Feel free to also to put your statement in this first warm-up section.
I use my if you want. ¿Te parece? Muchas gracias. Quiero comenzar saludando a la Fundación Konrad Adenauer en la persona de Maximiliana Henrich, al SEBRI, a las autoridades presentes y a todos los que han hecho posible este encuentro entre Europa y América Latina y en particular al presente y futuro de nuestra región, a los jóvenes políticos de Somos la Casa. Quiero proponerles los 3 desafíos que tenemos que enfrentar como América Latina. El primero, el tiempo. El segundo, la institucionalidad. Y el tercero, la necesidad de una estratégica colaboración entre iguales. Porque las decisiones de esta década no solo van a definir el presente, van a definir lo que seremos en el 2050. Y en ese horizonte, la pregunta no es solo qué lugar ocupamos en el mundo. La pregunta es si llegaremos a tiempo para ocuparlo. Por eso, el primer desafío que les planteo es recordar el tiempo. Durante años nos hemos preguntado si nuestros países estaban en la mesa o eran parte del menú. Lo recordó Canadá en Davos y se ha recordado el día de ayer en más de una intervención. Pero debemos agregar una pregunta más incómoda. ¿Vamos a llegar a tiempo a la mesa o al menú? Porque la verdadera escasez del siglo XXI no son únicamente los minerales críticos, las tierras raras, es el tiempo estratégico. La transición energética, la inteligencia artificial y la digitalización están acelerando la demanda global a una velocidad que nuestras instituciones no siempre acompañan. En realidad, que nunca acompañan. América Latina tiene una posición privilegiada. Chile y Perú concentran cerca de 1/3 del cobre mundial. El triángulo de litio posee entre el 60 y el 70% de las reservas globales para la transición energética. Brasil, ya ha sido mencionado, cuenta con recursos estratégicos relevantes, en particular tierras raras, fuera de la concentración de más del 60 o 70% que tiene China, 18.2% al 2023. Tenemos recursos que el mundo necesita, qué duda cabe. Pero la pregunta no es solo qué tenemos, la pregunta es si podemos convertirlo en desarrollo y hacerlo a tiempo. Porque un proyecto minero, recordémoslo, puede tardar entre 10 y 20 años en llegar a producción, dependiendo de la tramitología, la burocracia y dependiendo también de la manera como podemos resolver democráticamente la conflictividad social y de nuestro relacionamiento con los pueblos indígenas que generalmente se encuentran en las zonas donde se ubican estos minerales. En ese tiempo, 10, 15 o 20 años, la tecnología cambia, los materiales evolucionan, las cadenas de valor se reconfiguran ante una fuerte presión internacional y choques de oferta. Y el riesgo no es quedar fuera de la mesa, el riesgo es llegar cuando la mesa ya cambió, cuando el valor agregado ya fue capturado por otros, cuando la oportunidad una vez más para América Latina dejó de existir. Por eso la clave no es solo tener recursos, es tener velocidad institucional, visión estratégica y sobre todo capacidad de ejecución. Por eso nuestro segundo desafío es institucional. La geología importa, pero las instituciones importan más. Los recursos naturales no generan desarrollo por sí solos, ese ha sido un regalo que para variar hemos tenido en América Latina. Pero entre la riqueza en el subsuelo y el bienestar en la superficie existe un puente. Y ese puente es la institucionalidad y el financiamiento. Con frecuencia hablamos de Europa y América Latina como bloques homogéneos, pero no lo somos. Ni dentro de Europa, ni dentro de América Latina. Mucho menos dentro de América Latina. No partimos del mismo nivel de infraestructura, ni de capacidad regulatoria, ni de estabilidad institucional. Y reconocer eso no debilita el diagnóstico, lo vuelve realista. El verdadero desafío no es demostrar que tenemos recursos, eso ya lo sabe el mundo. El desafío es demostrar que tenemos capacidad para transformarlos en desarrollo sostenible. Eso exige seguridad jurídica, infraestructura, innovación, talento humano, gestión democrática de conflictos, financiamiento y exige también enfrentar un fenómeno crítico en América Latina del que a veces preferimos no hablar. El crimen organizado transnacional, que poco a poco coopta todas nuestras instituciones y que se vincula peligrosa y tendenciosamente con el poder. Porque donde el Estado es débil, otros ocupan su lugar. Hoy las organizaciones criminales no solo controlan economías ilegales, controlan territorios, capturan rentas, infiltran economías legales y erosionan institucionalidad. Por eso no existe soberanía energética, tecnológica, sin soberanía institucional. Y no existe desarrollo cuando el Estado pierde control efectivo sobre sus territorios estratégicos. En realidad, sobre sus territorios. La pregunta central no es cuántos recursos tenemos, la pregunta es si tenemos la institucionalidad y el financiamiento suficientes para que esos recursos se conviertan en desarrollo antes que el mundo vuelva a cambiar. Y aquí quiero sumar una dimensión adicional. El desarrollo no es solo económico, es humano, es social y ético. La transición energética no es neutra, reconfigura el poder global y redefine jerarquías internacionales. Por eso los minerales críticos para la transición energética no pueden entenderse solo como activos económicos. Son también responsabilidades políticas y su valor final dependerá de la calidad de nuestras instituciones y sobre todo de la legitimidad de nuestras decisiones. El tercer desafío que planteo en este espacio que reúne a Europa y Latinoamérica es una estratégica colaboración entre iguales. El sistema actual tiende a concentrarse alrededor de dos grandes polos, Estados Unidos y China. Ambos son actores indispensables para la estabilidad global, para la paz. Pero la cuestión no es reemplazarlos ni elegir entre ellos. La cuestión es si el mundo puede sostenerse solo sobre dos centros de gravedad. Porque los sistemas más estables no son los más concentrados, son los más equilibrados. Por eso la pregunta para Europa y América Latina no es cómo ocupar la silla del otro, es cómo co-crear una o varias nuevas sillas, basadas en una estratégica colaboración entre iguales. Es estratégica porque claramente no somos iguales. Y aquí quiero ser explícita. La relación entre Europa y América Latina debe ser una relación estratégica de colaboración donde prime la co-creación, la confianza y el respeto mutuo, no de jerarquías implícitas, no de dependencias asimétricas, no de colaboración condicionada, sino de respeto mutuo, intereses compartidos y beneficios recíprocos. Europa aporta ciencia, tecnología, industria, regulación y experiencia institucional. América Latina aporta recursos estratégicos, biodiversidad, energía, talento y mercados en crecimiento. Pero esta complementariedad solo funciona si se basa en una lógica clara. Nadie impone, nadie se subordina, nadie define el futuro del otro. ¿Se construye juntos o no se construye? Europa necesita cadenas de suministros resilientes y, por supuesto, diversificados. América Latina necesita inversión, tecnología, infraestructura y capacidades. Se necesita infraestructura para el desarrollo compartido que conecte al mundo, trenes, puertos, carreteras, corredores logísticos. Por supuesto, corredores logísticos mineros integrados, gestión y reciclaje del agua, transferencia tecnológica, transferencia de conocimiento y fortalecimiento de capacidades, clústeres mineros y clústeres de innovación. Y eso no existe en la mayor parte de América Latina. Pero para que esta relación funcione, debemos resolver una tensión central, y en el caso del Perú muchas veces dramática. La distancia entre los ciclos políticos cortos y la necesidad de estrategias de largo plazo. ¿Cómo construimos visión de 20 o 30 años en sistemas que cambian radicalmente de dirección en 4 o 5 y a veces en 2 o en 1? La respuesta no es reducir la democracia, no para mí. La respuesta es fortalecer su capacidad de continuidad estratégica. Y aquí el desarrollo de los minerales críticos no puede pensarse solo como extracción. Debe pensarse como construcción de ecosistemas territoriales. Una mina tiene un ciclo, pero las carreteras, los puertos, las universidades, la infraestructura energética y el capital humano permanecen. Por eso el desafío mayor no es financiar proyectos, es construir territorios competitivos en el largo plazo. Y en eso ningún actor puede hacerlo solo, ni los estados, ni las empresas, ni las universidades, ni los organismos multilaterales. La única respuesta posible es una estratégica colaboración entre iguales, que requiere la humildad del liderazgo de un Konrad Adenauer. Y por supuesto, un relacionamiento entre iguales de actores diversos. Un reto muy complejo. Colaboración real, no declarativa. Colaboración entre iguales. Colaboración que no se mide en dependencias, sino en capacidades compartidas. Hoy hay un concepto clave para comprender este tiempo. Los signos de los tiempos. No estamos solo ante una transición energética o tecnológica. Estamos ante una reconfiguración del poder global, la jerarquía entre regiones y una fuerte presión internacional por la transición energética que reconfigura la geografía del poder. Y frente a ello hay una advertencia que ha sido planteada desde una de las voces morales más influyentes del mundo contemporáneo. El Papa León XIV, el Papa peruano, también estadounidense, pero peruano, que lo comparto. Él en su última encíclica, Magnífica Humanidad, ha insistido en que el progreso tecnológico y económico solo tiene sentido si permanece orientado al bien común. y al respeto irrestricto de la dignidad humana. Y esto no es una reflexión abstracta, es una advertencia política para el momento histórico, porque los minerales críticos no son solo insumos industriales, son autonomía o dependencia, son soberanía o subordinación, son futuro o rezago, y por eso no son neutros. La pregunta no es únicamente cuánto producimos o cuán rápido lo hacemos. La pregunta es quién define las reglas de juego, quién captura el valor agregado y quién queda estructuralmente atrás. Si no entendemos eso, corremos el riesgo de repetir una historia ya conocida en América Latina. Regiones ricas en recursos, pero débiles en capacidad de decisión. Por eso, este tiempo no exige solo eficiencia económica, exige dirección política, exige instituciones sólidas y exige sobre todo una relación entre Europa y América Latina basada en una condición irrenunciable, una estratégica colaboración entre iguales. No colaboración asimétrica disfrazada de alianzas. Porque solo desde ese equilibrio es posible convertir esta transición histórica en una oportunidad compartida de desarrollo y no en una nueva forma de dependencia. Y permítame terminar con esto. El mundo no está cambiando lentamente, está cambiando ahora. Y en este cambio, los países no se dividen entre grandes y pequeños, se dividen entre los que llegan a tiempo, los que llegan tarde y los que no llegan. Europa y América Latina todavía tienen una oportunidad única, no solo de colaborar, sino de co-crear el futuro. Pero esa oportunidad no espera. Y el tiempo, como siempre en la historia, no concede prórrogas. Muchas gracias.
Wow. Thank you so much for this insightful thoughts on these three main points that you touched. I would like somehow to improvise and to maybe to give the word to Rafael, because Marisol, one of the key points is the institutionalization. In order to develop, also looking for international cooperation, because in a nutshell, we are on the same boat and no one will be able to promote socio-economical development, to de-risk, to build more resilient economies without cooperation. But in my perspective, it's also very important that each country, of course, in a very intensive exchange with others, looking within regions, but also continents and different regions of the world, that we do our homework to achieve, at least to give the necessary conditions for the development of more stable and resilient production chains. And in this sense, Rafaela, you recently spoke to the Brazilian Senate, doing some comments on the regulatory framework that are currently under development and consideration in Brazil. So can you give us a brief resume where we are going, where are the main challenges, but of course, looking from this as a basis point for international cooperation?
So I will pick up from where I think Marisol complemented very well. This brings us to this new time in which cooperation is essential, and countries and the way countries act have changed. So in a moment where we know that China has this concentration, there is one problem everybody is facing. The reality everybody is adapted to is let the market move and we will want to buy the cheapest price for things. So this is the first and a very important matter. Because these value chains, first of all, we have to understand that we're speaking about mining, that in average, we take around 17 years from exploring to discover this exploitation and really start bringing this production on stream. And so we're not talking about, the train is passing, and if we continue to do things as we did in the past, we are stuck. So this is one thing. Then I'd like to acknowledge you come from human rights. Mining is all about human rights, license to operate. Wherever we go, wherever we are, we need to understand that there is a problem. For instance, when looking into Europe, we hear this a lot, not in my backyard. Here in Brazil, we're starting to see several places, not in my backyard. So how are we going to do this in a way that we deliver more to society? And when I mean deliver more is when we are producing, and it can be rare earth, it can be any other, we will have to explore, we will have to deal with water. So within sustainability, how are we going to recycle and reuse this water? What type of energy are we using? Is it coal, because this is energy intensive, or is it clean energy? So this production matters. And then to society, this will all places, it can be a curse or it can be a treasure. But when is it a curse? When simply you develop and you leave behind, you leave problems, you leave like the dams, you have problems with what is the next generation of labor force going to do after the mining has passed. So what is the spillover you're generating to the society is something that has to be taken into consideration. Then, when companies are accessing, and we at SEBRI, we have been catalyzing a lot of these discussions, especially with Europe, but with the USA, with China, with everybody, in terms of how we're going to play this game. Because one thing is important. Why it's not, United States used to produce, Brazil used to produce, why did everybody stop producing? It's because normally what China did is they started producing, they really damped prices, so it was so not competitive to produce that everybody stopped producing, and let's buy it from China. So that's when everybody went out of the market and lost the capacity building and lost the intelligence and the technologies and was missing out of these pieces and just considering, oh, we'll buy it from the cheapest place. So now we have to get to another economics environment, and things that used to be, oh, local content, oh, using the best practices in terms of having sustainability embedded in the product, having this certification, traceability, all of these things, they cost. Who's going to pay more? So we are stuck in these discussions around, because if government's not going to act, private sector is not putting its own money. So there we are, and this is where legislation in Brazil is discussing, but this is not just about Brazil. You asked about Brazil, but actually we're facing the same problems everywhere, because it's a different game. It's a different game, and then the first one to really do something concrete about this was the USA, when not only through IRA, but through other policies that are in place now, they are making the point to, look, we will have these floor prices. We will start investing MP material. The government is going to have state and equity in part of these companies. So this is all being discussed here in Brazil in our framework. So this is a very important and a central piece of this. And one more, before I pass to the floor, within the critical minerals, this is a different game as well in terms of amounts, because although it's very strategic, when we're speaking about iron ore, we're talking about millions of tons. When we're speaking about rare earth, we're talking about thousands of tons. So it's really small amounts of these oxides that go into the products being produced. So it doesn't change like the FX rates or the balances between what you sell and what you buy. That's not the point. But it's very strategic because it goes into it goes into the Teslas, it goes into the weapons, it goes into artificial intelligence, data centers and everything. So it's what comes next. So this is where we are in Brazil. Regulation as we speak, this is in the second chamber, the Senates are discussing this. There's a lot of attention. Again, I'm seeing Julia here. We're going to be hosting a private session within SEBRI to discuss this regulation and to see how private sector can come along and move and help government to take the lead. And so this is all. And cooperation, I will leave it here because in this room we have several countries. Cooperation is key. But it's a different cooperation. It's a cooperation where we see each other as equal, where we understand that we will have to co-develop things together. Technologies aren't there. They aren't for granted. We have to be testing this. And the good news is that we have good examples. Here in Brazil, for instance, CBMM, which produces niobium, they're doing very interesting things in developing this value chain. They have been doing for ages, but collaborating with Japan, collaborating with the UK, collaborating with several others to develop specific technologies that can go into vehicles and so on. And so this is possible, but we have to think differently. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rafaela. And Maciej, which initiatives are currently, or are you currently seeing in place in Europe for connecting governments, private sectors, think tanks, to foster the necessary developments on the raw materials segment?
Before I get into that, maybe just a little bit of a comment was already said, because there's a lot of juice in this conversation, and I would not like to miss the chance of just hitting back the ball a little bit, because what your minister said about what I truly believe is really the centerpiece in this whole game, that we either are at the table or on the menu, that translates actually into a whole kind of set of domino pieces, which if they fall too quickly or not in the most foreseen way, the kind of butterfly effect that will eventually reverberate across the whole value chain will result in a situation where we'll all lose, actually. And if history is a lesson, I think we might look at the previous energy transition, which again is only part of the equation, because we said there's rearmaments, there's AI, there are a lot of different fields in which critical minerals are at the backbone of these processes. But if you look back at the previous energy transition, at oil, let's look, for instance, at one bad example and one good example how it went. One bad example was definitely Nigeria. And it's not saying it because it comes from my years of studying the subject, it comes from Nigerians themselves. A country that, in terms of its sheer reserves, is one of the most oil-endowed pieces of earth on this planet. And still, because of bad dealings, because of political shenanigans that took root long ago, huge corruption, and a whole lot of different elements in between, the result is that today there's neither equity in the society, the cake is not split evenly, nor there is the GDP growth or otherwise the economic incentives from oil extraction for the country really to take in the benefits of that extraction. And I'm saying this is because it's relevant so that we either here or elsewhere in the world where there's mining happening now, And it's not only CRMs. In Poland, for instance, it's coal that we are dropping, actually, not taking in, but we're dropping. But the stakes are similar. Unless this is structured well, we'll end up in a situation where the benefits within society of allowing foreign investors to come in and exploit our resources will result in revolt, not in acceptance of the whole process. Now, I mentioned Nigeria. On the other end of the spectrum, there's, for instance, Norway, a country which is just as much committed to the energy transition as it is to extraction. Well, not necessarily of CRMs, although that happens too, especially off the coast of Norwegian shelf, but to oil and gas. But they very quickly came to terms that if this is meant to happen, then we have to keep the broader population happy with it. So there's environmental concern, there's concern for even the autochthon people, which they have quite a bit as well in the north. There's concern about the sovereign fund, which funds basically the future of the nation. And I could go on forever, but that's not the point. The point is that you really have a one-in-a-generation chance to structure this well, or else we'll end up with these frivolous arbitration claims brought in by international corporations that at the first hit of the thing will basically leave the country and start proceedings that oftentimes end up in those countries being facing billions in litigation costs. And I know what I'm talking about because I was myself part of that equation for years. Now to your question about what's going on exactly to sort of in Europe as to the ecosystem that is emerging to address the CRM game appropriately, maybe, to put it that way. There are certain developments that are worth looking into, and I think certain elements of the broader landscape that are worth mentioning, but there are also certain developments that could have gone much further, but they haven't. So maybe let's start with the first ones. Europe, again, like we mentioned earlier, is not one cohesive piece of things. The differences in terms of how we identify our national interests from, let's say, Poland on one eastern flank to Spain on the other end of the continent are so different that we can hardly talk about any sort of cohesively understood vision, let alone about mining. Because when it comes to energy transition alone, which, yet again, let's remember and never lose this from the hindsight, is only one of the many spheres that require these growing numbers of minerals. And the energy transition is so much already pushed ahead in Spain, whereas in Poland it's only taking off, that at the time when, let's say, the Polish energy minister and the Spanish energy minister meet in Brussels, they can hardly talk about the same thing. It's apples to oranges, essentially. And so the EU has done a fairly good thing in order to try to map out these differences and try to spearhead a certain spirit of common understanding in terms of why it is important to see things in the same way. But like someone said yesterday, it's old grammar for new language, essentially. And although, for instance, we do nominally care about the things that Minister just laid out as the crucial ones in order for the transition not only to be complete, but just as well. And for instance, we care about coming here and talking with the local governments in order to structure these investments in such a way so that we don't leave a mess behind us, rather than proceeding like the Chinese do, that oftentimes they just come in with bags full of cash and they don't care about environmental concerns at all. But at the same time, this has to be weighted against, which you mentioned earlier, the haste and the pace that is needed to meet the requirements of the reality we're living in, which is one of constant rivalry. And so this morning, I looked up to see if there was any change to the EU's CRMA list of strategic projects, which, if, long story short, if the EU does place a project on that list, that project is meant to be streamlined. It's not going to take 15 years, like you said, but maybe less in order for that to really take off. We're going to be financing and so on and so forth. In South America, there's only one project on that list. And it's Brazil, by the way, but just one. In Central Asia, there's like a dozen. In all of Asia, it's like 3 dozen. So the question now being in terms of these networks of common understanding, like how do we get ourselves on the same page at a time when the EU does not have actually a very cohesive vision of how to approach CRMs, is, okay, we need them. We are so overly dependent on China, but then in South America, you have those minerals. You could come, you could bargain. I know that I think it was in December last year, that the Brazilian minister was mining minister was in Germany and said that in Hanover, yes, and said that Brazil thus far has not perhaps been necessarily been involved enough in the later stages of the value chain, rather than being now, as opposed to being now focused on the on essentially upstream extraction. And I'm mentioning this is because, just really to your question about how things are working out in Europe in terms of advancing these common understandings. If you look, for instance, at Poland, where we have very little CRMs, but we have, for instance, Europe's largest, well, one of the largest battery assembly facilities that are owned by Korea's LG Chem, I could tell that there are certain synergies that could, spearheaded by organizations like even the think tank OurCat and the whole, dozens of other organizations that come from down there that can sort of convey this message that this is relevant. Also work with governments like the one in Brazil in order to pass the message that there is so much more that we could work together on, not necessarily on extraction, but on these later stages of value chains, whether it be battery assembly, whether it be even refining in the middle, or whether it be creation of these sub-products that are now with Mercosur much easier to bring into Europe.
Thank you so much. And maybe if you could comment and maybe an add-on. You spoke a lot about the CRM policies and how big the challenges are. On April this year, the European Union also launched the Resource EU, this procurement platform for critical minerals. So maybe you can comment on this, and in how far do you see these policies as an effective policies for contributing to international cooperation?
Fairly quickly, if you look at the fact that it's mostly national governments that are flocking into here, and in order to strike deals and sort of trace the road for future investments, I think already that tells you volumes. Again, whatever nominally, whether that development or any other, there's a bunch of others also developments of similar kinds, for instance, in the batteries business, whatever kind of these developments are in place, at the end of the day, it is still the nationally driven political agenda that drives these developments in terms of the materialization. In Europe, again, the way we see things from stockpiling to extraction to refining are so much different from country to country. And why I am myself, you ask me personally, I'm very skeptical towards the success of a pan-European EU initiative of the kind. It's because, again, these differences are so much different. I'll give you just one example that at our work as a foundation we have been looking into fairly at depth lately. The question of rearmament, which is, one F-35 takes like half a ton of rare earths alone. The rearmament agenda is so much higher up the ladder politically in, say, Poland, that is facing more imminent threats from Russia than it is, again, so that I don't jump too far from the example I gave, in, let's say, Spain. So again, unless we really have a policy that puts a common denominator to this vision, like how to approach all these elements of the CRM game in the same way, I don't really see how that yet another piece of EU legislation could indeed provide certain substance that would last in relation with between EU and, for instance, South America when it comes to long-term CRM investments and other undertakings.
Thank you so much. I will maybe come back to a central point that we discussed And yeah, maybe starting with Marisol. Marisol, of course, you already mentioned in your first speech, it's not about they and us, although we cannot say that all EU members countries are the same as in the region in Latin America, we are not the same. But still, how can Latin America and Europe coordinate joint strategies and efforts to reduce the external dependencies, strengthen strategic partnerships, and build a resilient value chain?
Muchas gracias. Es una pregunta interesante porque en el fondo lo que plantea es a partir de qué las personas, o en este caso los países, buscan espacios de encuentro. Podemos escalarlo, pero ¿por qué dos personas se acercan? Por amor, si vamos a ponernos románticos. Difícilmente eso va a pasar con los países, aunque debiera. Una historia común, relaciones recíprocas, territorios compartidos, por ejemplo, Ecuador con Perú, con el mundo agua con One Piece, para hablar de un ejemplo concreto, o en Puno y Bolivia, para hablar también de un pueblo indígena, los aymaras. Y entonces tú puedes generar relaciones de convivencia recíproca a partir de una historia común, de costumbres. Pero yo creo que la estratégica cooperación entre iguales usa el término estratégico para ser elegantes, porque en estricto no somos iguales. Y eso hay que ser absolutamente conscientes, ¿no? de dónde están nuestras diferencias. No en nuestra naturaleza humana, no en nuestra dignidad personal. Nuestra diferencia está en que la mitad de parte de la población latinoamericana, y voy a hablar de mi país porque es muy duro hablar de mi país, es muy poco respetuoso hablar de otro, pero la mitad de los niños entre 0 y 3 años tienen anemia. Eso no pasa en Europa. Y ese talento humano, si yo no lo resuelvo ahora, está condenado. No es igual un país que tiene esos problemas y que va a tener impacto en comprensión lectora, en capacidad de aprendizaje, en acceso a la universidad y por lo tanto en competitividad, que una media en Europa o una media en otros países en Latinoamérica. Entonces no somos iguales. Tenemos problemas de brechas de desigualdad. En América Latina los ricos son riquísimos y los pobres son pobrísimos. Y esa brecha no la ves en la mayoría de los países europeos. Entonces, ¿cuál es la razón por la cual tendríamos que tratarnos como iguales? Porque lo que sí tenemos en América Latina y en Europa es dignidad. Y yo creo que la oportunidad que se nos presenta es que el relacionamiento, y esto lo voy a decir con el mayor respeto, que se pone sobre la mesa en términos de potencias, no necesariamente nos sienta en la mesa. Y la posibilidad de que esa alianza nos permita, por las fortalezas de unos y de otros, sentarnos en esa mesa, en una silla, todos juntitos, pero en esa mesa es una oportunidad. No para competir, porque China hizo su muralla en 100 años. En América Latina los gobiernos se suceden cada 4 o 5 años y estamos en un péndulo en el que el otro, el que pierde, es el enemigo. Que en los 5 años siguientes gana y entonces el otro es el enemigo y todo lo que hizo está mal. Como un inversionista, que normalmente es un inversionista privado, que lo que ve es rentabilidad, va a entrar a un país que no le garantiza seguridad jurídica ni reglas claras. ¿Qué inversionista va a entrar a ese país? El que tiene negocios vinculados a geopolítica. ¿Está mal? Para nosotros está mal. Si yo estuviera allá, lo haría igual. Pero yo soy una demócrata, creo en la libertad y la libertad tiene un costo. Y ese costo hay que estar dispuestos a pagarlo. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que yo planteo y por qué hablo de una estratégica colaboración entre iguales? Porque la colaboración o la cooperación no está en duda. Nosotros tenemos recursos naturales, tenemos una serie de brechas en infraestructura que toman tiempo también, pero que es el tiempo que te permite pasar de la exploración al producto terminado, pero eso hay que verlo ahora. A mí me hubiera encantado, si se hubiese dado las condiciones, poder aprovechar el puerto de Chancay, porque no hay que pelear. Además, perdemos en esa pelea, ¿no? O sea, hay que hacernos los valientes y los dignos y decir, no hay que pelear, pero tienes que darte cuenta que el otro mide 2 metros. Y para hablar en primera persona, yo 1,5. Entonces, ¿para qué voy a pelear si me va a ganar? Además de las relaciones de amor, que siempre son aspiracionales, porque tendríamos que volver al signo de los tiempos. Las últimas 3 encíclicas describen lo que estamos viviendo: Fratelli Tutti, fraternidad universal. ¿Y qué tenemos? Guerras. ¿Y qué tenemos? Enfrentamiento. ¿Y qué tenemos? Los unos contra los otros, los ricos contra los pobres, las capitales de región contra los suburbios o contra las zonas periféricas. La periferia. ¿Vamos de la periferia al centro? Al revés. Segunda encíclica, el cuidado de la casa común. ¿Y qué tenemos? Vino la pandemia y entonces algunos países en Latinoamérica, el mío entre ellos, tuvimos la tasa de mortalidad más alta en la primera ola de pandemia, y eso no tenía nada que ver con el desarrollo económico. Y si ese desarrollo económico no impactó la vida de la gente, a nadie le importa. Entonces, para cerrar con la respuesta, el tiempo que tiene América Latina tiene que utilizarse en cierre de brechas en infraestructura y en corredores mineros logísticos. Ahora sé que Chile está trabajando en uno para ir de Chile a Argentina, a Paraguay, a Brasil. Me hubiera encantado hacerlo del puerto de Chancay al Atlántico y que los puertos de cabotaje vinieran de Valparaíso, pero es lo que hay y necesitamos contribuir para que eso se dé y se concrete. El gobierno y el político que tenga la claridad y la visión, ese es el que tiene que ejecutarlo. Y por supuesto no aprovecharse con aranceles, con aduanas que escarezcan todos los costos y nos quiten competitividad. Salimos todos o nos unimos todos. Esa es la decisión estratégica que tenemos que tomar. La estrategia está en eso, en saber que la oportunidad histórica va a pasar en los próximos 5 años o 10, ojalá.
Rafaela, would you like to add your comments to Marisol's statement?
So I couldn't agree more. And the time, and I think all of us start getting anguished in terms of, so what are we going to do about all of this? And actually it's a comment, but actually a call for more action and for more interaction between our countries, and using think tanks and using the private sector and helping government in many ways. Because the challenge is huge. It will require different forms of thinking about these problems. Latin America by itself, it's so challenging when we look into our backyards. Even Brazil with Chile, Brazil with Argentina, sometimes we feel like we're much more prone, Brazil, towards speaking to Europe or towards speaking to United States than together within the region, and how can we produce or have these corridors, which makes a lot of sense. So, and so adding upon both points, because another thing is that it's not a problem, or we shouldn't be ashamed in many ways of producing commodities, because commodities also have technologies embedded in them, and we have great examples and great production coming from copper from Chile, lithium here with iron ore and many others. So there's no problem, and we should. The strategy we led within SEBRI, this is something we're very vocal. There's no problem in producing, and we must produce and do this in a sustainable way. And this also brings and leads to prosperity. So there's time frames for things to happen, and the first thing is, let's start bringing these minerals and producing them, and helping develop the regions, and do it in a right way. Besides that, what can we do in partnerships to start accelerating the other parts of the chain, which normally what we see is that these chains within critical minerals, it's not the same company. So governments sometimes get stuck in the idea that, no, so Vale do Rio Doce should produce everything, or X should be doing everything, and it's not, because the games are different, the chains, they will require different forms of things. There are ecosystems that we should be stimulating more, as the startups, innovation, universities. So there's a lot of possible cooperation between think tanks, universities, the innovation ecosystems that can bring different solutions, that can bring different forms of thoughts. This will help the future generations as well. So this is something that we must, as a society, as an imperative, start thinking of how we're going to move this forward in different ways, not equal to what we have in the past, because then we will keep on stuck in the same problems. So how we're going to deal with it in a different form. That would be it.
Thank you very much, Rafaela. I think it's a bit about thinking innovative for promoting innovation and development, right? We got a lot of questions, actually, from our publicum, which I can, of course, assure that from your contributions, this panel is also being highly appreciated and very informative. We got a question from Igor Marchesini from SEBRI, which is mainly for you, Rafaela, which is, what institutional and governance solutions is needed for Brazil to take advantage of this opportunity, especially thinking and acting differently, as you mentioned before?
So it's funny, because I've had the pleasure to be in the private sector, had the pleasure to working closely with government and with the third sector. And for this question, Igor, I think that, and we propose, this is one of the things that will be there. Imagine you have a project, and you're a big company. You have to access it as a huge PMO in terms of what are my buckets, and we have several buckets here, and I will list them. I think this is a big spoiler, but I'll give it here. So this is something that, and this is what we are proposing to government, is that as the same way that I'm speaking that we need cooperation, government will have to cooperate within government. And I'm speaking global to federal to subnationals, and also in different kinds of streams, so that you can promote this change. So starting with innovation ecosystems. There are incredible institutions here in Brazil, and I have no doubt that there are several in Latin America, there are several in Europe, which we proudly cooperate with, and we should. So for the innovations, we need private sector to get very close to the universities and to the innovation centers and stating the problems. So we need water, and when rare earth, a specific example, the big choke is in the midstream. How do you get from the stones to the powder, the concentrates, and then to the oxides, separate them, because it's a lot of chemical reactions that you need. And by the way, even the chemicals and the solutions that we need to separate these minerals, they are choked in China. So even the chemistries. So let's get together the chemists of the world. Let's make them think, and let's provoke them, and let's explain, and let's move that. And in hubs, so one of the things is that if we specialize and we have different kinds of hubs, one hub will be defining like the different solutions needed, the solvents and so on from the midstream. Ones will be thinking about the magnets, but then magnets, you have specific magnets for weapons, you have specific magnets for artificial intelligence and for robotics, you have specific magnets that you use for EVs, so these are different hubs. Do all of them need to be in Brazil? No. Some will be in Europe. We will have to understand, like, what are the chains? Where do I need to be in these value chains? With one of the mining companies I was visiting recently, and then I was seeing the packs of batteries being produced. For those batteries to be produced, they went from Brazil to UK, from UK to France, from France to Estonia. And each of these had different parts and different secrets in these, because we're speaking of competition between different car producers and so on. So this is for the innovation ecosystem. Just to mention the innovation that has to come along with labor. So for the new generations, and I see a lot of new generation here as well, so how do I foment so that more people want to be specializing and working with different streams? So this is one thing. Then you have a second ecosystem that is I need to communicate better with the people within the territory. So what is the community building that I will be doing with human rights, with the ministries of human rights and then the different populations that you have within the territory. And then we have a lot of lessons to learn with Canada, with Australia, that also have traditional communities. Then you have a third stream, which is specifically of financing. Since we will need blended finance, we will need different forms of innovation. We will need to think, what are we going to do with the interest rates? And how government is going to put stake in this and bring equity. So this is a third. Then you have the regulation, and within government, the governance. If government wants to do everything, it will not do anything. So of course we have to have opinion, of course, like, are we going to sell for any price or everything? No. But if you want to control everything, you will not do anything. And we had examples with that, with lithium. When government said, I will not export to anyone, simply we did not produce. And only after opening up that we are able to develop this chain. So then there's this governance piece, and a governance that is from the global to setting like the frame, to the federal, and the federal to the subnationals. Because we can't have, party A does not speak with party B, and then decide that they won't work together. They have to work together because this is development for the country. So then there's this other bucket, and then there's the environmental and the sustainability bucket as well. And thinking of the planet and how because of course this brings also bad things. Radioactivity, we have radioactivity. How are we going to treat this radioactivity? How are we going to deal with the problems? So it's not just about saying it's all pop and it's all nice. There's bad things, but we have to deal with it. And then technology is being used for it. So there are solutions, and if we have strategy, and it has to be a short, a medium, and a long-term strategy. So these are the points I would bring.
Unfortunately, the time urges, and we still have, unfortunately, we have only 5 more minutes. So I will have to raise a final question for, in a sense, kind of to leave you kind of a food for thought, which is, you mentioned several times cooperation needs to come now for at least try to take this unique opportunity, but where do we get the speed for this cooperation from? What is the propelling motor where we get this speed to start? And although it's a very complex subject, how? Where? This main questions. Monsieur, would you like to start?
Feel called out on that one, but I'll try. If you look at the past, every crisis that we, should I say, even say as a species or as nations have been facing, it's the risk of failing that pushed us to go beyond us. And I guess there is no better motivation than that in here. Having said that, as there is this Polish saying that the bed sheets are always too short. Your feet will always stand out. And that is to say, in this case, that whatever we do, this will not be enough. So we'll have to adapt. And there are different processes of adaptation that are ongoing. For instance, and ways to actually limit our dependence also. If you look, for instance, at the batteries alone, which is only just a chunk of the equation, an important one, but just a chunk. The lithium-iron batteries have actually soared from 5 to 60% of the global market, replacing the nickel-based ones within just 5 years. That is just, by the way, a little caveat for anyone who might be thinking that, well, investing in nickel and all the relationships across the world is the way to go. No, we have to focus on what is the value that is not only going to last and be important now, but in the years to come. So it's always a choice that you have to make at each step of the way. So this, I guess, would be point number one. And point number two, I mean, we all have limited attention, so we have to have these benchmarks. And for this, for the CRMA that I sort of criticized along the way for when I spoke earlier today, I think it was a Portuguese poet, Fernando Pessoa, who said that for everything that is meant to stick with a broader population, a reasonable policy or a reasonable course of action, there has to be a little bit of a stupidity in it. And I think the ambition that has been set in CRMA, as much as it's overshot, as much perhaps as it's unrealistic, it's nonetheless sort of a trajectory setter. And we need that.
Okay, so maybe Marisol.
The same question.
Yes.
Okay.
Closing thoughts.
Yo creo que esa es la pregunta. ¿Por dónde comenzamos? Yo quiero recordarles algo que a mí me impulsa cuando veo que el reto siempre es más grande que mis fuerzas aparentemente. Es que la suerte favorece a los valientes. Y creo que necesitamos mucho valor. ¿Y saben cuál es el valor que demanda este tiempo? Que seamos capaces de sentarnos a conversar entre diferentes. O sea, si no dejamos las tribus ideológicas que están dominando la política en nuestros países, no podemos hacer acuerdos de largo plazo. Que podamos llegar desde el Pacífico hasta el Atlántico va a requerir conversaciones no solamente entre los pares ideológicos, que se pueden alinear temporalmente con Chile, Argentina, Paraguay y Brasil, sino entre quienes pensamos diferente, pero queremos lo mismo. Yo no les pido que negociemos con criminalidad organizada transnacional. Hay que enfrentarla con todas nuestras fuerzas, igual que la corrupción. Pero hay que aceptar la diferencia, sentarnos a conversar como América Latina, ponernos de acuerdo en cómo generamos estos corredores logísticos mineros, sentarnos de acuerdo para ver cómo cerramos las brechas de infraestructura y cómo negociamos el financiamiento para ese cierre de brechas, que Europa haga lo propio, porque también para ellos no es sencillo la toma de decisiones con diferencias, a pesar de que Europa, por supuesto, va varios pasos adelante en términos de unidad, ¿no? Pero el tiempo es lo importante. Y yo creo que hay como cambios de ciclos que están claramente marcados en la última década en América Latina. Ese cambio de ciclo demanda la posibilidad de sentarnos, ponernos de acuerdo en los próximos 10 años, independientemente de quién tenga temporalmente el poder. Y a partir de eso, trabajar por el mundo, la América y en mi caso el Perú que todos queremos. Muchas gracias.
I would like to thank you very, very much, dear distinguished panelists, for this very insightful panel. Thank you, of course, the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, SEBRI, and the delegation of the EU in Brazil for this opportunity. And let's take the opportunity also to connect, to exchange bilaterally. I think all the panelists will be here today, and me including. So thank you very much for your time, and I think it's lunchtime now, right?
Muito obrigado, palestrante. Vamos tirar uma foto só aqui. Agora nós temos, gente, um pequeno intervalo para o almoço. Estão todos convidados. O almoço será servido na área do hotel indicada pela organização, nos salões Urca, Leblon e Copacabana, na área atrás das escadas rolantes, lá na frente. Nossa equipe vai ajudar a guiar todo mundo. Já para os palestrantes e participantes com adesivo dourado no crachá, o almoço será servido no salão Ipanema, como foi ontem. For those speakers and guests who has the golden sticker on the badge, the lunch would be served in the same room as yesterday, Salão Ipanema. Okay? Thank you very much.